What's up, no, what's going on? What the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? You're witnessing history. What do you mean, what the fuck? What the fuck to you? Go what the fuck yourself. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know the goddamn truth? I hope you're ready. What's up, XC? Marwa, I don't know what that says. You all wish I was shirtless in this, don't you? I know you do. Don't fucking front. Don't you fucking front in front of me or God. Don't you front in front of God. He knows what's up. He can hear you. Just let it sink in. Just enjoy it. I'm still getting ready. Participate in the poll. Do it. Participate in the goddamn poll and subscribe, you assholes. Sorry, that was mean coming out the gate. That was a little aggressive. There was no need for yelling. There was just no need for yelling. I'm sorry. I apologize. I just feel so much. What's up, Cat's Eye? Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye icon. Cat's Eye icon. Oh man. That's a lot to try and figure out. Just gotta eat something real quick and then we will begin. Alright. Well, I'm here. I'm still eating, but I'm here. Sorry, Helmet, I was not looking at OBS at the moment. Do they give birth or do they lay eggs? I don't know. I'm guessing it's a body snatcher situation. But I don't know specifically. So I'm eating right now, if you can't tell. There's food in my mouth currently. It's not a pair of balls. Though, I guess me mentioning that, kind of, if there was no suspicion that it was balls in the first place, then I guess I'm kind of implanting suspicion now. That wasn't my goal. It could be balls for all you know. How do you know? How do you know? You know? Don't try and pigeonhole me. You can't figure me out. Not if you had a million years. I'm a conundrum. You know, I'm a mystery. I'm a wonderful and terrible mystery. A mystery of the universe, and of the cosmos, and of life in general. You know, and I think that's important. Sorry, I'm trying to stall. I'm eating, so I'm trying to stall as long as I can. Trying to enjoy my nut bar rather than wolfing it down. You know, the idea of eating healthy and being healthy is couched in the idea that eating also serves a mental purpose too, you know? That shit's important. You eating another nut bar? Only one. Only the one. But I gotta eat one every day, you know? They say, handful of nuts in the morning, not white carbs, but handful of nuts in the morning tends to help as brain food for the coming day. And if you eat white carbs before noon, it can help with energy. But if you got plenty of energy, then you don't really need much. Ideally, you can get into ketosis by the time you're eating dinner. And then you're essentially obeying a OMAD-style diet with a tiny bit of moderation, or a tiny bit of modification, so that you don't just, like, waste away and die. Of course, that's a little dark of a topic for the wonderful new starting screen intro. I'm glad you guys are here to witness this. This is a world premiere dance special. It is a video that took me, oh man, it took me so long to conceive of. It took about, gosh, I'd say maybe 45 minutes. And it was the culmination of a lot of wanting to not be lazy anymore. And mostly a evocative piece of a symphonic and wonderfully scientific and surprisingly pleasant nature. So if you, like me, you know, are trying to find the truth about life and about the mysteries of the universe, then maybe this is the type of journey that you need to take with me. You know, we start dancing, then we have a spat with a spouse, and then we end up in heaven. And I think that it's, you know, the dance really shows that. It really, you know, it may be interpretive, but I think it's easy to interpret. And if you never try, you're never going to know, you know? So, you know, you got to let the music flow through you, and you got to really be engaged with the art form. You know, you got to really put on the character of dance, you know, because dance, you could assume, is actually kind of like a living entity. It's got a soul, and it's got a face. You know, dance has a face. And I don't know. I don't think that it's necessary to really elaborate on that, you know. I don't think anyone really needs to know too much more than that dance has a face. And if we can all agree on that, then I think life's going to be just that much better, you know. Just that much better. That being said, I think I'm ready to start here, if I can find the goddamn icon for Megastore Simulator. It's here somewhere. I just gotta not be ADHD me. I gotta be less ADHD me and more non-ADHD me. I am so ADHD that I come... Ah! Sorry. Are we awake now? I'm so ADHD that I keep, like, stopping looking. I keep stopping looking. That doesn't make sense. I end up not looking at what I'm trying to look at, and I get distracted and lost in the thing that I'm looking for. It is frustrating. Just letting the game start up here. Boobity bop. I really just want to let this play. I love it. I am so happy with how this turned out. This is genuinely one of my favorite things that I've made. Though I don't know if, like, it's supposed to be, I mean, Jesus Christ, obviously it's supposed to be crappy, but, like, I don't want it to look too crappy, you know? I want it to look, like, appropriately crappy. Like, yes, you can see the green screen, but should I have diminished it a little bit? Like, should I have made it... I don't know. I'll keep refining it. I think it looks good. I like it. It's, again, probably one of my favorite things that I have done in a very long time. I enjoyed it, and I hope that you guys enjoy looking at it. I'm also playing around with, I don't like not showing off the VHSs behind me. I think there's a reason why I moved into this room, and it's to show off some of the cool shit that my wife and I have collected over the years. And I think removing the background altogether was preventing a little bit of that grandeur from being able to be demonstrated. So I kind of want, I don't like the camera position now. It makes me feel like if I'm looking at the game, I don't know if you guys enjoy this, but I don't like when a streamer's looking at me, you know? Sorry, I forgot to switch the vertical. Hey, hello again. Hi, I'm Goose. Hello, welcome to my channel. If you're here, who's flying the plane? That didn't make any sense. You know, we're here to just hang out today. We're gonna do the same thing that we have been doing for the last 8 days now. We are essentially, I'm gonna torture myself so that I can be motivated to make better content. And I'm using a little bit of a clickbaity theme here, which is working retail until YouTube starts paying me. That's kind of the theme to things, but we're going to be a little bit more casual about that kind of thing. It's not really... I'm not trying to, like, hold myself at ransom or anything like that. I'm really just trying to light a fire under my butt. I was able to upload a couple of videos, you know, last couple of days, and I feel pretty good about that. Not a couple of... one. I uploaded one video. I still feel pretty good about that, alright? So, don't at me if people still say that. I'm not sure if people say that anymore. But if they do, don't do it. Don't at me. I will not capitulate. And yet again, the method that I have chosen to torture myself is playing Megastore Simulator, which is one of the more accurate-to-life retail simulators that I've been able to find. And it's gone back and forth between other sim games like Retro Rewind and what else? It's been Supermarket Together, and then there's like Supermarket Simulator, I think is like kind of popular now. But I like the whole like logistics, you know, moving things from shelves to shelves and like using forklifts and all that kind of stuff. I really enjoy all that, you know, all those mechanics, but all those other games don't really have that. And the employees in this game are a little bit more intuitive and a little bit, I guess, better at their job. I mean, it's all simulation at the end of the day, right? This could all just be Dwarf Fortress for all we know. Whatever our perception is of reality, you know? However unreliable it is. How you guys doing? Come on. Give me some voices in the chat. How are you guys doing today? Doing all right? It's Tuesday. Wasn't able to stream yesterday. Mostly because our apartment was undergoing an inspection, which is always exciting. This has been, gosh, they seem to always be doing inspections, and I think it's because they're trying to get us to move out. But that's really just one side of it. I'm only seeing one side of it. I'm only seeing it from my side of things, so I don't know. I don't know for sure if, like, they have those intentions. I doubt it. But it's just easy to see, like, they raised the rent, and we, like, did our research. We looked at the apartments that are around in the building around us, and they're all going for cheap. which we brought up to them. We were like, you're renting all the other apartments in the building. You're renting all of them out for like $150 less than we're paying, and then you're trying to raise the rent on us. And I was like, I don't think that that's cool. And they just did not really seem to care. They find your drug stash. If I had a drug stash, if I knew that there were drugs hiding somewhere in my apartment, hidden like behind some wall or floor or something, I probably would have found it, and it would no longer be there anymore. Without detailing explicitly what I would do with them. Nobody cares, you know. Nobody cares what I'd do with them. Nobody cares what one individual would do with, you know, accidentally stumbled upon illicit substances. Nobody cares, you know. That's not a thing, you know. Rebecca, she's still just as much of a stupid, horrible person as she has been, but she hasn't really talked to me much since I yelled at her last. Everything okay, Rebecca? Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. I think she's okay. You would turn them into the Portland PD like a good citizen. Yeah. I would be just like that guy who returned that, what, $1 million to the NYPD? Million? Or was it $1 billion? It was like a bunch of money in cash that he found on the beach or something. So, oh my gosh. Alright, so, I mean, I'm not really gonna be doing sort of like a let's play or anything like that. Like, this is just me, like, doing this. So, like, I mean, if you want to know the things that I'm doing, then please feel free to ask. But this is by no means you know, I'm trying to show you how to effectively play the game. Y'all are just hanging out with me. So, this is going to be the extent of pretty much anything that you, anything you're going to see today is just us chilling and hanging out. So, if that's your cup of tea, then stick around. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be, like, really going over the systems very much. I mean, I just like saying what I'm doing, like, sort of self-narration. But, it's not for anyone else's benefit but my own. I just need to fill the space with something. Makes me feel better. Not to say that I don't welcome you guys. I do appreciate you being here. And we are indeed working our way up to getting monetized. Just gotta get... I lost like 3 or 4 subscribers, which obviously I'm sure some like bot accounts and Christians and stuff like that, people who don't like me subscribed, which is... That's the downside to having like the vertical be subscriber only, because then you get people spamming it and then they might go and clean up later. Clean up their sub list. So, it's understandable. And plus, I'm sure like bigger YouTubers lose subs all the time, like as much as they gain probably. But I'm just waiting for this day to finish out so I can see how much I have at the beginning of the next day to spend on product. That's why I'm just kind of jumping around doing nothing right now. Just waiting it out. Letting the sim run, as it were. I think I'm getting sick again, which is so super cool. But my muscles ache, and I feel like that like hotness behind my face. And I have been eating nothing but tacos for the last week, so you know, it's probably done something to my immune system. You know, there's every chance that my deciding to have nothing but tacos for the last week, maybe a nut bar here and there, but mostly just tacos. I think it was about 99% tacos for the last week. And when I wasn't out with my wife having tacos at a place where it was taco week, I was making tacos at home. Oh no, sorry, I had some hot dogs. I had about 6 hot dogs last week. Over the whole week. That's right, I know how many hot dogs I had over the week. I don't eat Crunchwraps, those are gross. I think they're an abomination. Although I can make a pretty bomb-ass homemade one. But that's just on request, and my wife knows not to request it very often, or else she'll get a fucking smacking. Ooh! No, she's not. If you knew my wife, you would know that she would laugh at that. Don't worry, guys. I promise I'm not misogynist. Oh, they actually, there's a glass pane that, like, covers the... I don't think this was a thing before, was it? Have I just always been stoned when I played this game? Is that what's happened? It's very confusing. Anywho, guys, that's what we're doing. I just want to get back to the main point. We are just hanging out. We're doing this pretty much until I get monetized. I mean, my whole idea here is to do something quote-unquote boring on stream. This isn't boring. I actually have a lot of fun playing this game. But something that's quote-unquote boring so that I can, like, kind of force myself to make better content on the actual, like, channel side of things. Because that's what I would really like to pour my creativity into, and not just take hour-long clips of my stream and post them on my channel. To me, that feels lazy. And even if I edit that stuff, I don't feel fulfilled in making it. So what I would like to do is, I would like to just kind of like hang out here, let the channel grow a little bit, like just, and then post whatever I can, whatever I have the time and energy to make on the channel side of things, and then just let that get views and hopefully grow the channel from there. And once we are able to do that sustainably, once I get into a routine, then I won't feel like I'm doing something wrong by doing this, and we can get back to talking about aliens and Bigfoot and all that kind of stuff. I got a guy that I want to cover who does nothing but talks about how many leeches he keeps getting on his taint. I would love to cover him. He's a Bigfoot hunter. He does Orang Pendek hunts, and he also brought Les Stroud along to show him his Bigfoot paths. My God. So I'd love to get back to covering some of that stuff. Things I have in the pipeline for the actual channel side of things are like Worldbox stories. I would love to do like a David Attenborough style, like nature documentary inspired stories from the game Worldbox. And I also have, there's some other stuff that I would like to do. There's people that I want to cover. Oh, Chaos Magic. I really want to talk about Chaos Magic and how it's like real but not real, and sort of what the difference is between people who believe in magic and people who practice Chaos Magic, and like how that's not actually mystical or anything. I would love to cover that, and that's going to be in like a documentary format. For that, I would love to buy a whiteboard and use that as visual accompaniment to the things that I say, because I truly believe that one of my videos, there's a sales video that I have on my channel that is about how the sales industry is just like evil. And God, man, that really, I don't think it got the viewership it deserved. It's such a relevant video now. And because I went back and watched it the other day, it popped up in my feed like it's trying to suggest my own videos to me, and I took a look at it and just kind of like watched it, and it was really good. It's really relevant, a lot of very informative. I feel really good about it. Certainly not, and that is kind of like one of the things that made me really want to improve the channel side of things, because like I feel really good about that video, and that was made with way more minimal setup. And I think that I've seen some convenience in just taking an hour out of my stream and posting that, and then thinking like calling it a day, and thinking like I don't need to be any more like creative or thoughtful about it. And that to me is lazy, and I don't want to do that anymore. So that's why we are here. That's why we are doing this. And I think this is going to be a good direction to go. I think keeping the live streams with strictly just boring video gameplay is, I think, a good idea for now. Just for kneesies. Or for now, for those of you who are too old to understand the vernacular. Man, I really do feel like I'm getting sick. I don't know. I've been taking this nasal spray that like really works. Like it really works. It like clear, like your sinuses are like completely clear. Problem is, it like, I think it might allow extra like fuzz and dander and dirt in the sinuses and stuff. Because like if your sinuses are plugged, that's your nasal system trying to tell you something, and it's like you've got some issue there, like allergies or whatever. But with allergies, your immune system overreacts, and that's why you get like itchy eyes and watery eyes and like sinus leakage and stuff like that. And so when you compensate with medication, you might accidentally overcompensate. And that's when you end up getting like weird immunocompromisation issues. I don't know. I think, whatever. Point is, I think I'm getting sick. I certainly hope not. And I'm going to be drinking a lot of orange juice in the next couple of days, but I think I'm getting sick. Doesn't feel good. Does not feel good. Now, last time I booted this game up, we ended up with some product going out because the cool wasn't on. Alright, I think this is fine. Was afraid, but I think it's good. Yeah. What? I gotta pick that up. There we go. Okie dokie. Alright. Out here we go. Just make sure there's no other hidden... Oh! What's that? Why was that just hanging on the shelf? Employees! That is a bug. I think that is a thing that I've seen happening quite a lot, is just random boxes like not being connected. Is it that one? Is it? No, it's not that one. I'll do it. Oh, damn it. I just want that box. I just want the box. I just want the box. I just wanted the box, you son of a bitch. One of those darn things where... There we go. Alright. Just adjust something real quick. Shablam. Yeah. Entertainment. What? Bibbidi bobbidi boo. It's a category thing. Skibbity goosing? Rob, what's up? Am I skibbity goosing? Is skibbity a thing still? I figured that would be over by now. I figured people would be all skibbitied out. You know? Not saying? Not what I saying? Oh my god, 327. That salami costs quite a bit of money. I am not happy about salami. I would really like for salami to go away. Do we still have Doc 1 or Doc 2 yet? Nope, no Doc 2 yet. Whatever, that's fine. Whatever, that's fine. Come on. Ah, come on. Give me one thing that I want to fill one thing. There, I'll fill that. Thank you. Jesus. Once you go skibbity, you never go back. All the iPad kids still need a hit. Okay. Well, if they're still saying it, then you know, I guess I'm skibbitying about as much as any other person in their 40s might skibbity. You know, as in not quite, not a whole lot. You know, not a ton. A little bit. A tiny bit. A little bit. It's not a lot. I think I could try and I'd probably fail to Skibidi a little bit, you know? What's really funny is that it uses, like, Gmod assets, which is a game, if you're familiar, that's about as old as I am. About a million years. About 60 million years old. It's about 1,000 years old, I would say. Sorry, I'm constantly dissatisfied with my titles. Torturing myself with retail. Torturing myself with retail for channel growth. How can I help you grow the channel, you say? Why, thank you for asking. That's a really good question. Show your car collection in Forza. I don't have Forza. Forza! I wish I could recall any other Italian words I know. Milanese! Milanese! Cacciatore al forno! Oh, Fungi! He does not like my pronunciation. Pizza! Yeah, that's an easy one, though. Pizza! I mean, it works. It's not terrible. God damn it, Rebecca. She's so slow. She's just so slow. Rebecca! Rebecca? Is anyone gonna... Okay. I guess it's up to me. And I will just pretend that this was never there. Or, wait, nope. I'll pretend that this was never there. Nope. Oh, I could have... Ah, that would have been $10. Whatever. Whatever, man. I ain't got to do nothing I don't want to do. You darn fascists. Do I have more? Let me check. Oh, no, none. I don't have any. Oh, my good lord. I don't have any pudding. Oh, I can buy it. Yes! Take that. Now we've got pudding up the wazoo. No pudding for you. Won't let me climb in. I've tried to go back to home base with the delivery trucks, but they never let me. You would think if you just snuck in the back, they would let you like right in there until they get all the way back, you know, but they don't. They don't let you do that. It's pretty sad, and I don't like it, and I wish that they wouldn't do that. But what are you gonna do, you know? What are you gonna do? There's not much you can do. If you're just joining, welcome. Hang out for a bit, stick around, see what's up. You never know. Maybe there might be some kind of a mystery. I genuinely don't. I don't know what the mystery would be, but we can let's speculate. Maybe the mystery is a hidden idol in the museum. I don't know which museum. A hidden idol! If you like idols. If you're a big fan of idolatry. I know I am. I like a good idol. I'm not feeling this funk music. I'm just not feeling it. Someone the other day told me to stop putting shit music in the background of my videos. This is the stuff they were talking about. Is it really that shitty? Let's do a different poll. Let's say... Here, I came here to party. There we go. That's a fun poll. How about that? Enjoy that poll. It's really dumb. I think there's going to have to be a different poll. I like it. Whatever. Screw me, screw you! Nobody said that. I'm just saying it. No, I'm not feeding you just yet. And when I do, you better believe I put that, I'm gonna put that dancing video back on. That's like my new, that's gonna be my new idle screen. That's gonna be my new, starting soon screen. Do I need a pallet of milk? Or 2 milks? We'll say 2 milks. I need 2 milks. 2 milks! Together as one. Taking it down to the milk store. We're gonna be milky buddies. What's up? It's your icon. Milk stores. Where is my milk store? Gotta get milk at a store. Gonna buy that milk. Gonna make it mine. Only better place to get milk is from a pine tree. Definitely need a pallet of those. Definitely need a pallet of those. Need a couple of those apple buddies. Lol, apple buddies. Milk is for baby cows, not humans. But I'm a baby cow! I'm a baby cow! Unless you get that Cambodia back alley milk. Ah, dude. I'm exactly the target market for milkmen. Exactly the target market for milkmen. Milkmen everywhere. It's so funny that this is the game. Like, since when was this a video game? Since when was this a thing? You know, like, aren't you late for your game? Why does it just say player? Sir, I don't think you really play soccer. First of all, you don't have the calves for it. And I see no shin splints. I see no shin splints. Sir, my shins are divoted from when I was a kid. Thank you for the compliment on my rapping. I know that I'm a as of yet unreleased artist. But maybe, you know, someday. You know? With skills like these, who needs talent? I don't know what that meant. See? Now, if a person can do that, why wouldn't YouTube pay them? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I don't know who fucking said that. But you need to calm the fuck down, sir. Sir. Whoever the fuck... This is my goddamn store. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, you sons of bitches. I'll close the fucking store right now. Then y'all can't get your goddamn sugar and apple plushies. Have a wonderful day. Jesus. Can you believe that? Kapow pow! Kapow pow pow pow! Pew zap! Pow 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 pow! What? That's what a gun sounds like, right? That's why Rebecca has filed so many complaints against me. I don't think she likes working with me, to be honest. I think she has a happy face on, but I think that there's a lot of sadness behind those eyes. Do you see that how that mouth is like turned, like almost kind of like unnaturally curved upward? She's hiding something. She's hiding so much sadness and a lot of evil too. A lot of evil. There's so much evil behind her eyes too, as well as, so she's dead behind the eyes, but also there's a lot of evil there. I don't know how it's possible for someone to have so many different complex emotions behind their eye, but she's got quite a lot of evil back there. I think that she's pretty evil. I think you're evil, Rebecca. I don't want to mince words here. The more you put that yogurt up, the more certain I am of the fact that you're evil. Crush? No, sir. Rebecca is only a cog in the wheel. And she's the worst one at this point. And I only crush on employees that can get the job done. Alright? Let's be honest. I'm a professional. Alright? I'm a I'm a professional who can speak words. Very much. I don't know that we're going to get enough money to... What's out? That's out. I don't think we're going to get enough money. On this day. It's $700. I am not very confident that it's going to happen. Unless Rebecca gets off her goddamn ass and stocks some... Carry on. But she is letting this business down. She is single-handedly going to tank this business. She's going to be what shuts the doors. Rebecca is going to be who ruins my business. That's it. The lights are off. Everybody go home. There's no more store anymore today. There's no store. The store's done. The store's closed. I have one entire shelf of milk that is gone. What am I supposed to do about that, Rebecca? Rebecca? What am I supposed to do with one shelf of milk gone? How do I make this work? Rebecca, please. Why won't you speak to me? Rebecca. She's finally stopped interacting with me. She's finally stopped asking me for help, and you know that's the death knell of any employment relationship, you know? She no longer says good morning. Rebecca, why don't you tell me good morning anymore? Is it because I insult you so much? Or call you incompetent? Or accuse you of stealing? We have to talk about this. Please, Rebecca. Don't just ignore me. Don't give me the silent treatment. We need to resolve this. Ah, whatever. I don't think she's in the mood. She is definitely not down to converse about how toxic she's being. This is very toxic behavior. I don't know if you guys recognize that. But if someone acts like this, then you don't want to interact. Alright? You don't want to interact with them. Don't give them the time of day. Do not give them the satisfaction of knowing that they've rattled you. Alright? You didn't rattle me, Rebecca. If anything, you galvanized my resolve. Now I'm going to be even more of a better manager. I'm going to find better ways to say that, too. Alright? I'm going to be a better manager than you could ever imagine. In your wildest dreams, Rebecca. I will be so much better than you. Rebecca. She thinks she can do my job. She thinks that she could own a store better than me. I mean, who's the one that's been walking around here doing nothing all day? That's me, right? Don't you fucking forget it, Rebecca. I know how to look like I'm working while doing absolutely nothing, Rebecca, and you don't know shit. You don't know shit! You try to tell me all the time how much better of an employee you are. You guys, you don't see it because it's off stream when she does it, but she's constantly telling me how much better than me she is. She's always putting me down. If anyone's a bully, it's her. It's Rebecca. You hear that, Rebecca? You're the bully. Not me. And I will not hear any pushback on that. None! Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare try to come at me for my labor exploitation. How dare you? It's not exploitation if she hates my guts. Alright? She has me trapped, if anything. Shit. So definitely for the devs, on the agenda should be sealing assets. You know, be nice to see something different. Some of the mega marts I know of have like big old things, big old lamp things hanging down from the ceiling, because I guess they're like they do good lighting. They do good lighting, and they're expensive. So obviously, people sell them to grocery stores, and they are very popular because they cost a lot of money, and people are like, they can justify the exorbitant cost by saying, oh, they're really specialized, they're really eco-friendly, they'll give you like tax rebates or some shit. It's the same deal like if you own a house, if you're just a middle-aged person and you own a house, and you've ever seen those people who come door to door trying to sell you solar panels, same shit. Leaf Guard, same shit. It's all just, you know, hokey add-ons that you don't really need, that are going to cost you an arm and a leg, and are only able to be serviced and maintained by the companies that sell them, thus creating an endless loop of just you getting sold shit you don't need constantly. Until you are too old to just push them out of the door, and you're so starved for company that you're like, oh, you know, my kids don't call me anymore. Man, I need companionship. And so anyone who knocks on the door is just instantly your best friend. They know exactly what they're doing. Which, watch the sales video I made. I'm telling you, it's so relevant. It's so relevant. It's so good. It's so good. I took a very short time to make that too, and it's 45 minutes long, and it's such a good video. I know, you're supposed to be proud of your own stuff. Like, I acknowledge that. So, I guess I did a good job. Because I'm quite proud of it. I brought some receipts. I did some of my research is mostly based on my experience with, you know, companies that do the things that I was saying they do. Oh my gosh, my sinuses. And like there's stories. I link to stories that articles that are published that have like court rulings in them that reinforce what I'm saying. It's good. I feel good. I feel good about it. It's a good video. I'm glad I watched it again recently. That's all. Not anything significant. Just wanted to share how proud I was of myself. And that's something that I think religious people like tend not to be able to experience. Or at least a lot of religious people, is that they owe a lot of their victories and successes to God as opposed to themselves, which to me it makes me feel bad. You know, always having somebody else to thank for you doing well, that sucks. You should be able to celebrate your own accomplishments, you know? And I think like most religious people probably do acknowledge their own accomplishments, And then they say like that, you know, it's all like in partnership with God, which is fine. I get it. I prefer that, you know. That poll was stupid. Let's start a different one. How about, what's a good poll? Let's be really current. I'll say 6, 7. And then for the options, I'll say because 7, 8, 9. And then for the other one, I'll be like, if you know, you know. So look, now I'm being very skibbity. Now I'm the ultimate skibbity. The ultimate skibbity. If I knew how to be more skibbity, I would. But I all I know is 6, 7 is what you want to say if you want to get the kids to make fun of you. Because no adults, right? We don't know what it means because we're too old, I guess. And like we didn't have our own fucking inside jokes when we were all growing up. Come on. That shit's about as old as bread. Which is old. I don't know if you guys know how old bread is, but literally the beginning of existence. Not existence, the beginning of humankind's civilization. The beginning of existence. When the universe formed, it was bread. Alright? At the beginning of time, there was bread. And at the end of time, a piece of toast. Alright? That's all we've ever been working towards, is the toast singularity point. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but it's a pretty high level. Alright? It's pretty high level Freemason information. And if you're not part of the club, then they probably won't tell you. They being the secret cabal of people? Rich people? Sadly, it's usually a racist thing. It's usually a Jewish, it's an anti-Semitic thing. I'm trying not to go in that direction because that's, again, racist and anti-Semitic. But what's it? The Majestic 12, or the Men in Black, or what's another secretive agency? The CIA. There you go. I don't even know what point we were trying to make anymore. I was so busy trying to make sure that I wasn't saying something bad. I wasn't trying to mean anything. You get what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't know how to put words into my mouth in a good way. Stop misting me, you son of a... It scared the hell out of me. Yeah, no, I feel weird. I don't feel good putting that 6-7 thing. That makes me feel like I'm trying to be like, hey, fellow kids, let's change that. That's not a good poll. It's a bad poll. It's a bad poll. It's what's one that's like, you know, within my age range. Let's see. I'm surprised this guy doesn't have like 1,000 viewers. And then we'll put a true false. Come on, trolls. See, it's supposed to be like the reverse of clickbait, right? Because like clickbait is like the people that you want to respond, or the people that you want to hang out, and then like the reverse of clickbait would be people that you don't want to respond. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm just making up terms. Just trying to get the conversation started, you know. I think it's a better poll. And I think... God, my sinuses! I think, I don't know. I might be willing to break this content fast. Just so that I can actually cover that Bigfoot guy before his stories get too old. I hate doing that. I don't want to compromise what my plan was here. Oh my gosh. My sinuses, they burn. They both burn and are plugged up. Which I'm hoping I can attribute to allergies. But man, like... And this is like the time of the year for that kind of shit too. Because I don't know if any of you are in the PNW, but the PNW is notorious for fluctuating weather and atmospheric conditions and stuff. So it's just like... It can be pretty gnarly on the old allergies if you have them. I'm turning off the face cam so I can blow my nose real quick. I did before. I was like, I want to do this retail torture thing until I get 500 subs. But if I'm losing subs, that isn't helpful. So I gotta do something else, but I don't think I need to. It's like it's always an internal sort of turmoil thing. Like I don't think I need to force myself to, limit the stuff that I'm doing. Just to make myself more dedicated to making quality content. It feels like I'm holding myself kind of hostage, and it's that kind of structure that makes me not want to do stuff like that. Like not want to be creative. I kind of retreat into myself. What should I do? Let me get opinions from chat. What is the opinion? Is this boring? Is me doing this sabotaging my own channel? Is me doing this sabotaging my potential viewership? Is that what is costing me the subbies that I lost in the last couple of weeks? You know what? We've been messing around with polls all day today. Why don't we just mess around with this poll? Let's do... How do I do that? And then we'll say instead we'll say let's see. What should we do? And then we'll change it to one of the options would be this. Very simple. Don't know why I had to say it like that. Very simple. Alright, so if you believe that this is a fun challenge and that I am going to be stronger for this and that my content is going to be improved because of this thing that I am forcing myself to do, then please go ahead and select this theme is engaging. If you think that this is way too boring, it's actually going to lose more viewers than it will gain, and it's something that I shouldn't be doing because the stuff is engaging enough, it just needs to keep going. And that there's no reason that I need to be torturing myself just to be stubborn, I guess. So feel free to vote in the poll. I would much appreciate it. Vote with honesty, Skippy. Looking for real feedback. Real actual feedback. Let's get real, genuine, genuine actual feedback from people who who wouldn't just troll me by putting the opposite of the thing that they actually feel in the poll. Let's avoid that. All right. People like Skippy make me sick. Can't fucking believe you. I'm pretty sure around this time I think I'm probably like going to lunch or something. I know you hang out, then you leave, and then you come back. Just like all my exes, am I right? Alright, so letting it run down definitely gave us enough funds to make the order that... No, it didn't! Oh my god! No! Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Jesus. Okay, well, I guess let's start the order over again. Christ. I mean, I honestly thought that we would have enough by now. Want 2 of those, probably 1 of those. None off the shelf there. 1 of those. That doesn't seem to be selling a lot. 1 of those puppies. 1 of those guys. 1 of them bad boys. 1 of those soldiers. 1 of them little scoops of goodness. 1 of thems. 1 of that's. 1 of these. 1 of theirs. And 1 of that. How did we get to over 1,000? It wasn't even this stuff. It wasn't even that put us over 1,000. 12. See? Like, this is fine. Okay. Okay. Wow. Nope. That's a little much. We'll go with that. That's good enough. And then we'll open the store. And with any luck, Rebecca will get some of the fucking product out onto the goddamn shelf. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to yell, Rebecca. I actually appreciate you being here. But I hate your fucking guts. I hate your fucking guts. God, I fucking hate you so much. I just suck your goddamn face. She's evil. I don't know if you guys were aware of this, but she is on the wrong side of evil. She's just on this side. Oh, what? Oh, that bitch! She started walking away from me while I was talking about her, directly to her face. Ooh, Rebecca. That's it, Rebecca. Dance. Dance like a perfect puppet. Dance, Rebecca. Dance for the crank box. I hate you so much. God damn it, Rebecca. Please come buy food. Hello? Somebody? Can somebody please come in and buy food? You didn't buy enough. Okay, fine. You know, you gotta do what you can do. Sometimes you can't do that much. Alright? You gotta do all you can do. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Here is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let the fates decide which direction we take the channel in for the rest of the day. But I'm gonna feed my dogs, and that's gonna take about, I'd say, 5 minutes? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. I'm gonna feed my dogs. We have 0 viewers right now. 1 viewer right now. Although I assume that one or all of my regulars are here. And we're gonna let the dance video play. Okay. We're gonna change that. All right. I'll be back. All right. So when we get back, or when I get back, we'll do this. We'll do a pull. We got a pull up. Pull is up in the vertical. And if you feel like you want to see the Bigfoot video, then we'll put the Bigfoot video up, and we'll have that. But you gotta vote. You gotta vote in the poll. Oh. Did I not do it? Blair Witch scared the heck out of me when I was a kid. Yeah, it scared me too, man. It was mostly things like Poltergeist and what else? Poltergeist, Pumpkinhead scared me. Saw a lot of horror movies way too early in life. Alright, I'll be right back. Gotta go feed my dogs. Real Witch so far is what Skippy has selected, so that's what we'll be going with. Unless we get some other people weighing in. Let me make sure that I can find that video first. Because it really just popped up on my feed. I'm sure we'll be able to find it. Zoop. Is it horror something podcast? Got it. Perfect. Okay. I got the video pulled up, Skippy. And if the poll is in your favor,
on Y2K, it was.
If the poll is in your favor, then that is what we will talk about next. I am getting a little tired of just playing a video game. And I know that's kind of the point, but like, you know, I'm kind of also in this for my own fun as well. First movie I ever saw in theater was Jurassic Park 1. That's how old? I'll be back. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm feeding you. Don't worry.
Okie dokie.
Right. Guess what, y'all? Guess what? My sinuses are still not having fun. I think it's honestly the thumbnail for that video of mine that I was talking about. Just the thumbnail that needs help. Otherwise, everything else is really cool. Like, it's fine. Not really cool. It's fine. Alright, so we are back. Bigfoot. Oh no, Skippy. You're being outvoted. Well, we'll let that poll go on for a little longer. We'll give Skippy the chance to get to see the things he really wants to see, you know? We'll see what happens. Alright. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Here we are again. We are starting again on... It's not even the second half. It's more like the latter 2/3 of the stream today. And I am not breaking my protocol. I assure you, I'm not breaking my protocol. I'm still planning on torturing the living crap out of myself in order to provide A, entertainment for you, and B, motivation for me to start, I guess, improving these videos that I've in the past made and have been proud of them. But they're, I guess, you know, a little older, not older, but like, you know, they're just not, they're not current. They don't feel, they still feel applicable, which is the funny part, is that the entire script is completely relevant to today. But I would really love to, man, I just keep burping. I don't know what's happening. I would really just love to be able to react to this, because I don't think that this got the viewership that it deserved. And this is, I'm not a big fan of watching my stuff like after, like, I've already published it. Like, it's kind of one of those, like, you let go of it and it's gone sort of thing. But this is, it's not going to be rough emotionally for me. It's just going to be rough, like, embarrassment wise for me. So forgive me if I'm not as talkative during it as I normally am. We're just going to go into it. So this video is called How the Sales Industry Teaches and Promotes Literal Evil. And I feel like this is this is sort of like the shining crown of my, you know, YouTube career. So it would mean a lot to me if you would watch it with me. And then when we are able to get some more votes on the poll, then we will continue on to something else. Here we go. Just make sure. Tell me if you can hear it. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I gotta turn that all the way up and then turn it down. All right, here we go.
Ooh. Have you ever been shopping?
Have you ever been shopping? Lord knows I have.
And you're looking at only the finest of fits, arranging the most deft of drips, when suddenly the air of only slightly homoerotic jovialism is broken by a random salesperson, approaching, asking you if there's anything they can help you find. Now sure, they may think you're stealing. Crime is an issue. That's totally fine, and it's not like the boys are dressing up when they're copying the new Yeezys. I really hope I'm
again, really relevant. Alright, if you guys don't know what Yeezys are, then I pity you. I pity you, the fool. Just want to make sure to distribute the screens evenly here.
getting these terms correct. Don't old man cancel me, okay? But this troll, this troglodyte, this worm tongue is breaking the atmosphere and increasing the vibe. Okay, I know that's not a term. I know that one. For possibly an even worse, ultimately more devastating reason. To sell you something.
That's usually what it is. It's usually to sell you something.
Now listen, I know that we gotta get that bag, okay? But forming entire industries, including their necessary support infrastructures, such as sales, promotes literal evil as a job. First, ask yourself what kind of person goes into sales as a career and actually likes it. Then ask yourself why the fuck we ever made a profession out of bilking old ladies out of their heart pill money in the first place, when every single statistic you can find says that the best method for selling a product is not just the quality, but filling the need and word of mouth. So why do we still market like we need aggressive sales to sell things? Because we built the entire house of shit bricks, and if we want it to stop, we have to take it apart brick by brick. So, with that being said, I'm Goose, and I'll be handling those bricks right there with you, ensuring we both wash our hands before eating. Join me, won't you? Before I get into the nitty-gritty,
Join me, won't you?
I just want to make sure that I define scam in this video, if I even use the word to reference.
See, now, you ain't gonna find that production value anywhere else, okay? Come on. Come on. You can't tell me that I wasn't like really trying to be relevant here at the time, and I think I succeeded. I think I really succeeded. I think I did a good job. Who that guy? That's me.
For eating. Join me, won't you?
That's me, about 30 pounds lighter, and we're gonna get there again. I have sworn off drinking for the foreseeable future, and that's how I got there the first time.
Before I get into the nitty-gritty, I just want to make sure that I define scam in this video, if I even use the word to reference these companies, as simply a predatory and often legally overcomplicated contract-based method of selling unnecessary shit to customers that don't need and often can't even afford it, just to make sure I cover my ass defamatorily. Also,
Now, I will be the first to say that there were way too many edits in this. I think this was the first video where I figured out that you can actually like have Premiere just cut out all the bits of silence for you, but I put the threshold way too low, so it's like it's cutting out half of words. It's like that's that was the first and last time I will ever let Premiere do that for me.
fuck your Stanley mug, I am a Yeti man. Not a sponsor, but if any logistics companies out there
Still am. 1 year later, and I am still a Yeti man.
Sponsorships, that sounds weird, but you never know. I think there's sponsorships
This actually might be 2 years ago.
for like pill pockets. I don't know. It could be a thing. Get at me. So as I said before,
I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. Pill pockets. That's what came to mind.
often one of the best ways to sell things is through word of mouth. Even all the big companies in all the corporations, weird emphasis, know these things. Though a lot of them, especially sales companies or companies that handle business-to-business sales, kind of twist that formula a little bit. Sometimes even going so far as to pay money for fake reviews or puffed up view counts or things like that. Followers on Twitter.
Which, again, is still relevant because there are still influencers and AI slop producers who create channels specifically for doing that. And they automate these loops, or these things called like engagement loops or CTI loops, where they will like steal people's content and then post it as their own and then get the viewers from that viewer or from that creator. And oftentimes it'll be a smaller creator who would never know that their shit was being stolen unless they actually did like the content verification stuff. So it's all kinds of scummy. It's like scummy. And it's worse nowadays than it was when I posted this. So it's even more relevant now.
Twitter, X, whatever the site's called, everybody hates it. And even sometimes hiring marketing professionals.
Sorry, I know blowing my nose is gross, but I have to do it.
Specialists or
my sinuses
social
are still
media
real messed up.
managers to pose as influencers and artificially inflate their numbers and clicks in order to get them followers and then sell the items directly
So you
to
cut off
those
half a word there.
followers. It's shady. And yes, that is actually a thing. The spirit, however, is
Fingers gloves are because it was about 30 degrees in my apartment at the time.
that if you educate yourself on a product and know it inside and out, and if it's got great quality and is consistent in that quality, then the product will tend to sell itself. But no, the product will tend to fill a need that it's intended for, almost entirely by itself. The job, and ideally the desire of the owner of that product then, is to tell other people about the great quality and about the great customer service and about the great reliability and about the consistent quality of that product that will then again aid in it selling itself. This kind of sales methods is a huge thing for me and a lot of the way that I like to conduct myself when I'm running a business, which is sort of how we should look at sales in a vacuum, but that isn't quite the reality. Basically, if your product or service is good, it will sell with little to no need for any marketing budget, and some companies pay as much as 30% of their entire budget to market. A company local to me pays $30K a month, and that's straight up insane, and they're still failing. Now,
And it's still a thing. As I said, it's even more prevalent now than it was when I made this video. Nice living room, thank you. Why was your apartment 30 degrees? Because it was winter. And there's no heat. There's no like it's radiant heat. Like the person who bought this building last, who owns it, they were into like really sustainable, like eco-friendly things, and so they invested heavily in a radiant heat system. It doesn't work very well. And this actually that's my wife's was her macrame. It's really just a clothes dryer, but she's got like a whole bunch of macrame stuff over. There's a little station that I built for her. It has like a desk and with her computer set up and all this kind of stuff. It's pretty, yeah. It's a good living room. I'm now located in the office, and so now these are my surroundings. But you know, I like it both. I like both of the feel. I like the feel out there because it's like nice and roomy, but I like the feel in here because it's intimate and
Most
cozy.
consulting firms would tell you that I'm full of shit. Most hedge fund business owners, even most people in general,
I meant to say hedge fund.
will either have a vested interest or have been led to believe that you need Fortune 500 big billion-dollar company methods in order just to sell things because that's the way to survive. For this reason, anyone that tells you that you need an aggressive sales or marketing strategy is selling something. Weirdly and legally soundly,
Strangely enough.
this might not have anything to do with the actual scamming that happens, but let's look at some of these businesses just for shits and giggles, why don't we? I'm over here now. To connect the dots, let's talk about two particular methods of sales. Foot in the door sales, which is a door-to-door or cold sales method where you make the customer believe they need the product that you're selling, or you create a scenario like throwing dirt on the floor, or as you often see in infomercials, having too many unorganized cabinets or hard-skinned tomatoes. Once you identify the problem, you offer the solution, which is your product or service. The other type that I'm going to address is consultative sales, which kind of falls under the same umbrella as B2B sales or business-to-business sales, where you talk to a prospective customer or other business, get an idea of their need, like marketing, HR, operations, and system development, and then you find a way to take your product and make it fit that mold, and you service their need and offer them a comparable product/service. The entire industry is like most industries. It's a tightly woven web of interconnected businesses that all support each other, and these third parties are being formed and worked in, like companies that like Workday and ICIMX and all those Aramark, all those companies that hire people to businesses to use, but sort of under.
How many views do you think this got? I want you to speculate. Tell me how many views you think this got over its lifetime. This is, I think, 2 years old at this point. Little over 2 years. So tell me just an estimate. How many views do you think it got?
Their umbrella, because they're a third party, they're cropping up and
sorry, Skippy, but Bigfoot's winning out.
Interconnected web of all businesses that support each other, making there a need for them to exist, which is bad, by the way, in case that doesn't make any sense. And this is bad because it's getting more and more complicated to perform oversight and to have the right regulations in order to protect both workers and consumers from these big businesses that use questionable practices. That's illegal sound way of describing it, right? In a vacuum, sales tactics don't really need to be any more than just information that you provide to someone that you hope in turn will convince them to buy your product. The problem is, very straight up, is that people lie.
Would have been nice
to each other,
if that had been the
case. And sales is an industry where lies are often very unchecked, as they're very nuanced and uncontextualized, and you're often encouraged to exaggerate truths. And
this video got just under 200 views.
These training methods easily spread. We have passed laws over time to protect consumers, and even have consumer advocacy services that exist to combat scams. But the problem is that these people make a ton of money, and we have public companies who have public shareholding services that handle the money from their stakeholders, who all have tons of money, who all employ the same advertising and marketing and consulting firms and legal firms that all support each other. All of these companies get together and hire lobbyist firms that then advocate on their behalf to lawmakers to develop laws in such a way that excludes the companies they represent, which is all of them, from oversight and culpability. This is a real conspiracy that I really wish
like
the right
an
wing
actual
was as obsessed with uncovering as I am. Not using that term legally. This is the real underground industry that builds itself off of lying to people who literally keep them in business and treat workers, again, who keep them in business with the same amount of respect. These guys do slavery, y'all.
You were pretty close, Helmet.
So what's another reason why all of this is bad? Well, because if you as a business get successful through lying, whether it's little white lies or exaggerations about your product, creating a false need or creating a problem that nobody has and trying to fill that void and trying to sell that to people, etc. That then becomes.
All right, I'm going to turn. Hang on. If this is your first time in this channel, which it shouldn't be because there's 2 viewers right now, 3 viewers, I'm going to turn off the face cam. That's just because I smoketh of the cannabis. That's pretty much it. I'm still here. We're still reacting to the same video. I'm also going to watch another one of my videos too, because if I'm torturing myself, I have to actually torture myself. So I gotta actually be doing something that is uncomfortable for me. So we're gonna watch 2 of my videos that I feel should have gotten more views. And then we're gonna go into, unfortunately for Skippy, the Bigfoot hunter guy that I was talking about before. It will still be an interesting ride, I assure you, Skippy. If you enjoyed the Saga of Duke, you're probably gonna enjoy this guy. All right, so I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna continue to talk through it while we're hanging out, but I am just gonna, you know, hide my face for now. But I will return my handsome face next to my other handsome face right here in just a few moments. So if you also smoketh of the Cannibus, then please feel free.
Strategy for success. And what if other
Join.
businesses who want to see the same success as you ask you how you did it, like say the magazine Fortune, for instance? Maybe they'll put you at the top of some kind of a list of perhaps 100 or 200 or maybe 500 of the most successful businesses out there. Maybe there's 10 or 20 other companies that run the same lies, and they're all baseline using lies as success methods, and that all gets handed down. And now smaller businesses use the same consulting firms, and they use the same strategies, making lying the entire industry's standard operating procedure as a baseline method for selling things. It's like starting a relationship with an English accent. You've set up your character and you've lied in the first thing you've said, and now you've got to keep it going. The entire thing falls apart. Aside from all that stinky lying, sales techniques are often predatory, and that's being quite conservative, as some can turn out to just be straight up pyramid schemes hiding under some complicated legal umbrella like vacuum, knife, makeup, and essential oils companies that still continue to run legally even though we all know, you know. Companies use large cattle call hiring methods just like pyramid schemes. Coincidence? To hire employees at high advertised salaries, but with very little information or transparency on the job role or responsibilities, and with the pay being highly subjective to the performance of the worker, which they don't tend to say until you're already there at the interview, which if you've ever gone to a timeshare pitch or a sensitivity training, then that's what they're like. Also oddly reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. Coincidence? Probably. These, I guess,
my friend went on another Bigfoot hunt. He caught something thermal,
jobs, usually considered,
and now he's convinced he caught another Bigfoot. He said the eyes were 12 inches.
Of team.
If he got it on thermal, I mean, then how do you know how tall it is, right? Unless you have like height charts on the thermal imager.
Leaders, who are the weasels who manage to hang on to the pyramid long enough to move up, who then take the new blood on these sort of canvassing trips. They make you go to their office, hop on one of their vans, and then get assigned a neighborhood. And you're supposed to now go door to door and sell the product. In my case, it was once vacuums and again with knives. Same method though. They trained you exactly the same way. The training itself is very ridiculous, and you're more or less instructed to put a literal foot in the door while trying to convince complete strangers to let you into their home to either vacuum something or
You are not moist. I assume you're trying to say moist critical, and no, never was trying to be.
Something.
I've been accused of trying to be like Hassan before, but that's the first time I've ever been accused of trying to be like moist critical.
I'll just drop the most.
That's nice. I'm into it. Keep it coming. I appreciate the hate.
Obvious hint here that I didn't pick up at the time, I'll admit, and say that if things feel wrong.
Yeah, sorry, because this isn't live. I was hiding my face. Sorry, no hate. No, believe me, I either assume that anybody who trolls is just trolling and don't actually hate the person that they're claiming to, or that they're like making fun of. Believe me.
To you,
I ain't that
it's
sensitive.
Because they are, and also because it could get worse, and it did. When you get inside the house and are able to do your routine for some old lady to buy a vacuum that's
I considered that a compliment,
$2,000
actually.
that you can't even lift, who only the company can.
You're calling me
only the company
a bigger
can
creator
replace,
than I am,
keeping
and I'm
her dependent on
or
that
you're
company
associating
forever,
me with a bigger creator than I am, so I'm into that.
It may not be too much longer because she can't buy her heart pills now, which is why you see a lot of that brand name insert here her in Goodwill stores and nobody ever buys them. Not only did you sell it to her,
I didn't insert it there, but the brand name, the brand name that I was talking about was Ninja and KitchenAid, and so all of those, the bigger brands of like appliance utility companies, not actual utility companies, but appliance and utilities companies that advertise their stuff as being like able to help old people get the job done, but they're actually making things more difficult for old people because not only are they selling them something that they can't necessarily use, but also they're selling them something that they have to contact them in order to resupply or to repair or to maintain. And that's locking them into essentially the rest of their life's worth of like scam work. Because the way that they get through all of these oversight hurdles and red tape and things like that is by cutting corners. It's not by convincing somebody that they are big enough or reputable enough. It's by selling cheap products and being infamous for having a bad business model, because then the only people that you're going to get are going to be gullible enough to not check up on you. It's such an ingenious way of doing things, and it's so shitty. Like my hat's off to how smart people are to have come up with these ideas, but it really is just a conflux of events. It's not the result of any one person's intelligence. It's people being smart and shitty. And so that's the sad truth about it. And I didn't insert the brand names just because I guess I forgot, but you know, again, it's even more relevant 2 years later than it was back then.
but when you're on the ground team, you're also in charge of handling customer feedback, apparently, with zero training. And this is the moment that I decided I wasn't going back to that particular position. But the guy who I was partnered with was the team lead, Color Me Lucky. He had gotten a call that a customer wanted to return something, and they happened to live in that neighborhood. So we go to the door, and I shit you not, the absolute piece of human garbage gets aggressive with the old lady and stands over her, taking the vac out of her hand while she's bringing it to us to return, and she can barely lift the thing. He takes it out and assembles it and tests the thing and says that there's no reason that she needs to return it. He offers her free service on it, free refills on the filters, and she tells us that she just can't afford the payments she's been making. This thing is on fucking layaway, and this woman is using her social security to pay for it, like, my god. And I basically had to drag the guy out of there. I told him I'm absolutely not cool with this method of selling and that I quit. I was so angry on the ride home that I got a speeding ticket. Even the policeman who heard my story when I told him in the hopes that I would get out of the ticket sympathized. He still wrote me the ticket. Now, I will say that my own experience is not indicative of an entire industry. I will concede that. But there are plenty of accounts online from people who had been parts of pyramid schemes or had been taken by sales companies.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was something that I will never forget. That in the rest of my professional life, like that, shit like that is what made me hate sales in the first place. And the more I learned about it, the more I fucking hated it, like, even more, because it's all about lying. It's all about scams. It's all about who can lie the best, who can sell the cheapest, who can cut the most corners. That's what it's always about. And it's like so pathetic. And it's like these people are getting billions and billions of dollars. And now that the new generations are being exposed to all manner of shit on social media when it comes to like motivational or business oriented content, that's all they're seeing. They're seeing those practices in motion, and they're seeing that they make money. And it's all fucking over. It's all over. That's a whole generation of people fucking ruined with like just horrible takes and toxicity. And like, if racism and bigotry and exploitation and intolerance and division are all going to be where you start baseline, where you formed your entire sense of self, where do you have to go from there? I get it that optimists would say you only have up to go from there, but there are worse places to go. And if the bar is that low, then you're starting from a losing position as far as I'm concerned.
It's like on Reddit, there's a sub for Huns, which is the derogatory term used to indicate pyramid scheme sellers, as they usually start their Facebook messages with, "Hey hun," and just like if you want to see more, like do the Google.
Still true.
There's plenty of stuff there, or whatever. I don't know.
Do the
See
Google.
what I do about it, and I will absolutely list
Do the
a
Googles.
link of some commonly predatory companies that use sales tactics that are questionable at the bottom. So you will have plenty of stuff to read. But the takeaway here is that not only does the sales industry and its supporting
Just
network
popped
of
into
third
the center
parties
frame.
lie as an overall baseline, allegedly, but they're engaging in highly questionable and arguably predatory staffing measures and selling practices. That really sounds like how I would describe a pyramid scheme. It's just so weird. It's so strange. You know? It's probably a coincidence. Allegedly. What all this ends up looking like, and why I'm even here today. Not a lot.
See, okay. This is how I know that this is a good video. Objectively. Don't you dare try to argue against that. It's a good video because it makes me laugh. And I'm the one who made it. Alright? And I'm laughing like I'm hearing it the first time. I chuckled because I was like, yeah, exactly, I agree with that. So, I'm proud of my work. I can enter this into my thought library, into my deep consciousness archives, with every confidence in the world that I did a good job.
Making this video is that today in 2024, what all this looks like is huge companies like Amazon and Uber using these predatory tactics to both sell and hire, with both companies also being involved in business development and consulting, both of them using the same tactics allegedly that pyramid schemes use, and both of which having a huge wealth of consultation companies and third parties whose survival themselves depends on these same tactics and therefore must circle the wagons whenever legislation comes a-callin'. That's why it's a problem, and it's like a problem for all.
But legislation doesn't come a-callin' often enough, and what happens is we end up getting these special interests, which is what they are, which is what the right accuses the left of constantly. It's these special interests that are the ones that are now making the policy, which is insane to me. Like, it's insane that people can't see that, or at least are ignoring that to some extent. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain where the blind spot is. I think it's a willful blindness. I think that the left makes just as much money from lobbyists and from kickbacks as the right does. I mean, it would be folly to assume that the rising tide doesn't lift all ships. But again, in Main Street USA, they don't understand that. To them, it's like, you know, they're heroes and they're like scions of what the real public wants, and that's how they're so easily fooled into voting for like looser restrictions and less oversight and less government funding for the companies, or not companies, but for the agencies that do the oversight. It's all just bilking. It's just like bilking in one form or another. You've been bilked.
With us, okay? This ain't political, Jack. This is my fucking bread and butter. Fucking corporations aren't people, you know? Hack the planet, whatever, you know? The liberal sayings. Now, considering all this kerfuffle,
what he said,
it would take likely 100 years and fully organized and progressive majority in government for the duration in order to get the oversight and retooling it needs to fully stop the runaway train that is shitty sales tactics. Let's ask ourselves, in the end, do these tactics even work any better than any other? The short answer is a big old nope. To support that, I'll simply remind you of any time that you, as a consumer, were at a shop or a high-end store, and the salesperson just made it their mission in life
to
sell you something
if you will.
neither came in for nor want. Do you get turned off by the whole thing? Well, think of that from a business's point of view, okay? A security company links a local business an article on how crime is rising. Turns out to be a slight exaggeration because news sensationalizes, right? And they pressure you and annoy you with phone calls, emails, they've got reps coming in, and finally break you down so that you get a security door and its quality sucks and you've got to call them to repair it, and overall it ends up being more of a loss than any other kind of peace of mind, but you're locked in.
And they force you into some kind of
a
financing
shitty
thing, and so you got to make payments
get
and
out
shit.
of
Yeah,
paying some
sorry, I'll let him
huge
speak.
penalty fee, just like a
I'll let him speak.
timeshare, which are
Sorry.
very close to what I would describe as pyramid schemes. Weird.
Weird.
Now imagine a step higher than that. Imagine like the expansion or business development side of things. Amazon sees Frisbees selling from Frank's Frisbees and tells him that they can get a much higher exposure on their site. They get him on, earning a percentage, and but he's locked into an exclusivity contract, and now he can only sell through Amazon. Now, he ends up with too much on hand because, funnily enough, a month later, Amazon has come out with the same design as Frank's Frisbees. It's so weird. It's so weird how that happens. And now they're selling it at 20% less. And now he can't afford his payments. He's got too much stock on hand and he can't sell to anybody else because of the contract. And now Frank's Frisbees is now bought by Amazon in a last-minute ditch effort to get rid of the sinking ship. It's not just a natural foods company that I have previously worked at does very close to the same thing. Back when it was at the height of its popularity, I talked to a few cattle farmers and fishers that signed on with third-party companies who, through contract, sold exclusively to this grocery company. This is a bit complicated, again, but bear with me as it'll make
Bear
sense
with him.
because of the previous
Bear with
example.
him.
They could operate and they could sell to that distribution company, the third party, but they
Oh my, who is that super handsome man you're talking to? Just the sexiest man on earth. Gosh, I cannot take my eyes off of him for some reason. You know, I wonder who he is. Who could he be? Why are you... my dog is pressuring me for something. What do you want? You have food. You've already gotten... You've eaten. You have been outside to poop. What is it you need from me? From me, a human being.
They could only sell to that company, meaning that if they had too much product, which if you know any farmers or ranchers, they tend to have enough yield that they want to try and diversify where they're selling to so that it all gets sold and they're not just sitting on it. But because of this contract, they could not legally sell anywhere else except through this one company that exclusively sold to this one type of store.
It's Whole Foods.
Or only had a couple hundred locations and only had about 15 or 16 within its specific given region. This
I'm no longer connected to Whole Foods, so now I can say that it was Whole Foods.
huge increase to days on hand put huge pressure on cattle farmers, chicken farmers, ranchers of all kinds, vegetables and fruit farmers, and caused a lot of them to both ruin their reputations and ruin their businesses. The same thing happened with organic certification, and if you are a internet sleuth like I am, then you can follow the breadcrumbs.
My sinuses.
They are there. This company even tells on itself, okay? One of the things that they pride themselves on is giving loans to
Micro loans. Nope, see, micro loans.
businesses, in some cases, to help obtain an organic certification. This often
Which in the Bay Area costs around $75,000 and like 5 years of your life being specifically dedicated to getting organic certification.
entails paying for the certification, which in the state that I am from is a minimum of $75,000. Now, this is money they have to
I'm sorry,
pay back,
I'm going to
and
stop
a lot of
interrupting you.
farmers do not see revenue streams that high for a very long time, even after expanding to a larger market. But the problem is that these makers and producers of these goods and these farmers are all locked into exclusivity contracts. So if their product is for some reason not as popular, let's say in Illinois as it is in California, then you've got to eat the cost of that lost product, or you've got to make it up somehow in production. And if you're not making the money, you can't hire the staff and you can't run the business. If the product doesn't sell off the shelves in general, you're going to end up with too much product on hand. It's going to spoil, or you're going to have to find another way to sell it.
As I know that this is just kind of like a digression, but is the sound quality better back then? I feel like it's better back then. I feel like have I gone off the rails in terms of trying to make myself sound like purposefully kind of crappy? Because I want to sound a little bit crappy. I want to sound a little analog. I want to sound a little 70s. I want to sound a little like, you know, garbled, a little bit noisy, you know, a little bit peaky, a little bit like, you know, overdriven. Not too much like a podcast, because I hate that, like that bassy, brassy, like full throat, you know. But it's nice to have you. I hope that we can get some questions answered. Blah, blah. I fucking hate that, like the exciter type voice. But I feel like the audio quality just in general was better back then. Like my voice was more clear. Very strange. It's a strange, maybe. I don't know. There was nothing special about the environment. I wasn't any more soundproof. If anything, this environment is way more soundproofed. So there's no echo or room reverb. And if anything, I have like noise cancellation from the GPU that I'm using. The NVIDIA Broadcast app usually handles that. So I don't know. I don't I don't know. And I coughed in the middle of what I was trying to say just now, in case you didn't notice.
Because you're in an exclusivity
In case you don't know what a cough sounds like.
contract, but then you've got a
Oh, I thought this video was 45 minutes. It's only 24.
dead business, and guess what? And guess what happens next? If my smarmy grin is any indicator. This company, whose owner claims to only make $1 a year, by the way, which fuck him, would then swoop.
See, I make myself laugh, which is enough sometimes. So John Mackey, the CEO, he's no longer CEO, but he still collects a paycheck. The CEO of Whole Foods, because he sold to Bezos. John Mackey, the CEO, when he was the CEO of Whole Foods, claimed to only make $1 a year because he was just making his income was all through the store's income. It was all through shares and shit, dividends and shares, and he just like decided to say, because he was on record as only having a $1 wage. And he's like, oh, look how much of a hippie I am. Look how much of a socialist I am, guys. Look at me. Look, hey, leftists, come shop here. Like, go fuck yourself, John Mackey. I will say that, like, he said it. He said it. Where am I pointing? He said it. He said it. That sexy man up there with the really sexy face and extremely handsome grin. He said it. Fuck John Mackey. I hope y'all can say it too. Fuck John Mackey.
In at the seller's darkest hour to buy them out entirely, which in some cases wouldn't even cover the loan they were given and are still.
And if I'm honest, I mean, look at both here. Look. I think I carry 30 pounds extra pretty well. I'm gonna be honest. Look at this guy. Where's a good him standing up? I think I carry 30 pounds extra pretty well. I think I wear it okay. I think we're gonna be all right, chat. I think we're gonna be okay. I may have a spare tire around the midsection. I may be a little soggy bodied. But it ain't nothing a few rice bowls can't fix. Alright? The best thing to have is a working colon. And that takes fiber. Alright? Let me put on... Hang on. I had to put on my dad hat for a moment. Let me put on my dad hat, guys. Mib vodka tea. The nanofibers are all linked to the mainframe. They can manipulate the coordinates and implant brain chips anonymously. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. What strain are you on right now? What strain are you smoking? Because fuck yeah, dude. I'm gonna put on my dad hat. Well, I already did. I already put on my dad hat. I put on my dad hat, so just listen to me for a moment, okay, kids? Okay, kids? Even if you're older than me, you're still my kid for now. You're still my kid for a moment while I have this hat on. Alright? And if you're older than me, you should know this already, damn it! Anywho, fiber is very important. Fiber is extremely important. It will save your fucking life. If you are not already, you should be eating a bunch of fiber or taking a fiber supplement. Or both. Whatever's clever. There's some fiber supplements you can get from Amazon for like $8 a bottle that will give you all of your day's worth of fiber for like 2 gummies. Do you need to be motivated to eat candy to feel better? But the second that you start hitting that 30-year mark is when it's too late to have started fiber. Not too late. It's never too late. But you can add like 30 years onto your life. If you stop smoking immediately, no vaping, you can smoketh of the canny bass, but I much prefer to smoketh of the canny bass only for psychological and medical purposes. Seriously, you want the bone that's sitting up there? She is... You're only going to be able to see a blur. Oh no, you can't. It's fine. You can see her. She is, yeah, she is a blur, but she is really dedicated to getting that bone. You can't really see it, but that's kind of like a clothes hamper thing and that big blur on the right side. She keeps bugging me. She's like yelling at me to give her that bone. The audacity. The audacity. Anywho, fiber is really important. It's really important. If you are 30 and above, you need to be eating as much fiber as you possibly can. All right? Don't, oh my god, you fucking... Alright, give me a sec. Why do you want that one? That's like the one that you want the least usually. That's the only one that's up there. There's no other ones up here. That's it. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what she wants from me. I don't know what she's expecting. There's only one bone up there. There was only one bone up there. Only one bone. Bone. Anywho, colon cancer, pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, those are all things that happen when you have like a really unbalanced diet, when you are consuming lots of carcinogens, and eventually you're going to get a protein that just does not want or a cell that doesn't want to produce itself correctly, and you're gonna end up with a life-threatening disease, and it's much better to just attack that shit head on in the first place. So don't smoke, don't vape. If you're doing it, be done. All right, Gary Payton. Now, that's not a bad strain. It's pretty good. I'd say woodsy. You know, it's sort of got that old Mendo quality, but it's not bad. Not bad. Right now, I think I got Ice Cream Punch bee buds, which I have to like snip, and then I have to like mulch the snip instead of like, if I grind it, it's too sticky, and you can't just break it up because they're all bee buds. They're like stemmy. It's shitty, but it was $30 for 2 ounces. No, $60 for 2 ounces. Not bad. Not bad if my math is correct, and it usually. It's okay. It's usually okay. It's usually all right. Back to the video. Just gotta resize that. There we go. And I took my dad hat off already, so you didn't see me because it's fancy. It's a fancy hat. It can teleport. Back to the video.
Twitter, X, whatever the site's called, everybody hates it. And even sometimes hiring marketing professionals or social media specialists or social media managers to pose as influencers and artificially inflate their numbers and clicks in order to get them followers and then sell the items directly to those followers. It's shady. And yes, that is actually a thing.
It's
the
shady.
Spirit, however, is that if you educate yourself on a product and know it inside and out, and if it's got great quality and is consistent in that quality, then the product will tend to sell itself. Or no, the product will tend to fill a need that it's intended for, almost entirely by itself. The job, and ideally the desire of the owner of that product, then is to tell other people about the great quality and about the great customer service and about the great reliability and about the consistent quality of that product that will then, again, aid in it selling itself. This kind of sales methods is a huge thing for me.
See, it all works together. Do you see how, like, chaos magic forms the universe? Do you see that? Whatever we call the machinations of all the shit that's going on behind the universal scenes, if we influence it a certain way, it almost like we get what we want. Crazy, right?
You know,
or at least what we get what we need. You can't always get what you want.
the way that I liked.
But if you're a chaos magician or Discordian, you get what you need.
Conduct myself when I'm running a business, which is sort of how we should look at sales in a vacuum, but that isn't quite the reality. Basically, if your product or service is good, it will sell with little to no need for any marketing budget, and some companies pay as much as 30% of their entire budget to market. A company local to me pays $30K a month, and that's straight up insane, and they're still failing. Now, most consulting firms would tell you that I'm full of shit. Most hedge fund business owners, even most people in general, either have a
What?
vested
Why did we go?
interest
Oh, we went all the way
in
back.
California.
Sorry.
Then you've got to eat the cost of that lost product, or you've got to make it up somehow in production.
We were
And
talking
if
about the contracts they go into, and not the beginning of
you're
the
not making the money, you can't hire the staff, and you can't run the business. If the product doesn't sell off the shelves in general, you're going to end up with too much product on hand. It's going to spoil, or you're going to have to find another way to sell it because you're in an exclusivity contract. So then you've got a dead business, and guess what? And guess what happens next? If my smarmy grin is any indicator. This company, whose owner claims to only make $1 a year, by the way, which fuck him, would then swoop in at the seller's darkest hour to buy them out entirely, which in some cases wouldn't even cover the loan they were given and are still contractually obligated to pay. They can declare bankruptcy, but good luck owning a business. Oh God, I almost knocked that over. For the next 7 years. Unless you disband the LLC and make a new one, because for some reason corporations are people in America. I don't know who made that law. Probably Republicans. That was biased. I'll admit that. I'm comfortable with that. Man, my voice is just... I don't know why my voice is going away. Too much weed?
I know, right? Much agreed.
Make me cuckoo in my brains? Cuckoo brains? Now, not to go too far off onto a tangent, but this
I do still have cuckoo brains. I very much have cuckoo brains. Don't test me.
is exactly what the general public doesn't quite understand about tipping culture in America and why it's kind of required to be the way that it is, in this country at least. I know that it sucks to think that you're personally paying someone's salary, and I know that that's the usual argument against it, but listen here, Johnny Public. The reason you can't just get rid of tipping is because if I end tipping at my burger joint and pay my staff good wages, I'll probably have to raise the burger price $1, right? Just as a hypothetical. Let's say I did the math and I need to raise the burger price $1, a single dollar. Well, literally every single other burger place in the town has a cheaper burger. I've instantly killed my business, okay? People don't see it as just ending tips, which, great, they didn't want to do it in the first place, but now you've set the expectations that tipping is optional and you've burned bridges with other owners as well. I'll even let you in on another big dirty secret. The majority of those people who advocate for tips to stay are people who work at restaurants. The argument being pretty reasonable that they can earn much more than a normal wage on any busy shift. And I'll cop to that. It's usually the back of the house that gets screwed. And I'd argue that the disparity is more the cause of the labor system, some systemic racism, classism, and not necessarily the idea of tipping out a coworker, which is ultimately more shitty. Rant over. Sales. So the question was, does sales even work? No. Even the National Association of Sales Professionals says on its own website that empathy and gentle sales tactics are the most effective and the most well received. They also address predatory sales tactics as the standard baseline, and there are more of them. I've linked the article. The idea behind that shadiness being that companies largely are too big to fail, and they've diversified their marketing so well that one can't pin down a certain specific method of sales that works better than any other. And it's likely that any numbers that support what big companies are putting out are biased or literally their survival depends on that big company's survival as well. But if we look at historical data, we still see that word of mouth and passive ad placement is usually the best way to get click-through for your products. Direct sales remaining at the bottom of the list, with the companies that have gone out of business, either because of their practices or because of the shitty sales they had, are the proof in the crappy pudding. Again, on this, I would always encourage you to do your own fact-checking. Here are some searches that might help you along with that particular subject. Failed door-to-door sales companies, and companies that used questionable sales tactics, and things of that nature. I promise there's a wealth of info, and I've linked what I can at the bottom, but please try to directly find some sources yourself. So in the end, I think that we're asking ourselves the questions like, well, what the hell can we do about it? I mean, sadly, these huge companies kind of have a stranglehold on commerce in general, and the third parties that support them are, again, dependent on their success. These markets are very lucrative for investors, and the systems that they are built upon find their way into other non-consumer, more social and service-oriented industries like bars and restaurants, which is exactly the reason why we have ghost kitchens and business packages for inexperienced foreign owners who either have to overstay visas or leave the country altogether when their badly constructed businesses and business models that they were sold on as being statistically superior ultimately fail because they were either lied to or because they were preyed upon. Well, I guess those are similar things, which is a phenomenon that could seriously be a video all on its own. It's seriously endemic. Either way, it seems like it's all salesmen creating a product to fit a need and almost always lying to do it, and then predating upon fear or insecurity to get you all dick hard for their stuff. Again, evil. So honestly, I don't think there's much that we can do other than write our lawmakers and and appeal to them to enter legislation that improves oversight on larger companies and introduce more systems that allow for grievances to be heard. Honestly, though, as corrupt as some of those unions are, I would say that's probably the best solution for getting your voice heard and making sure that you are represented by someone that's got your interests in mind, even if it is slightly organized crime-ish, perhaps a little bit. Who knows? I'm not saying nothing. I don't know.
Mob ties and corruption is a lot less these days with or unions these days have a little bit less of that inherent corruption than they used to. I think because of I think there's just too much oversight at this point. I think that it's kind of one of those things where it was ripe for corruption until it had the power to prop itself up, meaning the concept of unions in the first place. Because it's the same thing like when you legalize cannabis in a Pacific Northwest state, there's going to be a lot of drug dealers who want to become cannabis store owners because they got a lot of product on hand or they have like the structure already in place or the clientele or something, but they're not going to know how to run a business. And so that's kind of my point with unions. Like when unions started, it had a lot of good intentions behind it, but there are a lot of people who were in line to exploit the public's trust in something that held people accountable, businesses accountable, for how they treat workers. So it's got some shady beginnings, the concept of unions, but now overall, I think they have the power to prop themselves up on their good behavior, and actually serve, laborers. Which is good. I think that's a good a move in the good direction.
I know it sucks out there. That's something that I do know, and I really wish that I had the power to make things different. But that's why I'm putting this on here so that it gets out there, and y'all can do whatever you want with it. Personally, I'm going to try to make sure that any businesses that I try to run as transparently and ethically as possible, and that'll be my part, I guess. Anywho, I'm Goose. Like and sub.
Hey, I'm Goose too.
And that's about all I got for you.
I'm also Goose. Did you guys know that? Holy shit. So, unfortunately, the real witch did not win. Skippy, I'm sorry. What did win was this sad thing of a man
moving over there.
I need to find the actual video. Hang on. His videos. Will I find it? Will I find the orang pandek? Or will I go home back to my favorite country, Australia? As much as I love improving, that was not a good one. Oh boy.
In 10 days' time, I'm embarking on my second.
In 10 days' time, I'm embarking on my second. It's pretty good, right? I think that's good. I think I did a good job. Okay. So, as y'all may be aware, occasionally I have been known to react to stuff that I just kind of get fed on my algorithm. And that's how Duke became a thing, became legend for this channel. That's how Jeremy Hambley news usually reaches me. And that's how I find inspiration from my fellow creators. And this is none of that. This is literally none of that. This is just some rando who likes to work out. He has those shoulder things. He's got a pretty nice beard. Very, very kempt. And he's on the hunt for the Orang Pendek. If you are unfamiliar... Dogs, no barking, please! She did it anyway. She barked anyway. If you're unfamiliar with the Orang Pendek, it is a Sasquatch-like entity who is responsible for some of the most gruesome death and... No, actually, it just doesn't exist. But you got to sensationalize it some way. And he's on the hunt. All right? He might find it. He might find the Orang Pendek. The Orang Pendek. Now, I'm not sure if I can recall the exact information that I looked up. Well, I'll try and look it up as he's Sumatra. Okay. I'll try looking it up as he's doing it, but I mapped it out. I mapped out where he went, and there's actually, like, you know, travel packages that you can buy that go there. So we'll do the research in real time again, as is per normal on this channel. Changing my titles real quick to reflect what we're actually doing right now. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna go pee real quick, and then we will get started. Make sure that I speed it up so that we are not taking forever to get through it. All right, I'll be right back.
Orang Pendek
Nope.
expedition.
Nope. Don't play yet. I gotta get water too. Hiya! Jesus. All right, now I still gotta pee. Shooby-doop, Scooby-Doo-whoop. Groobity-doop-doop. Scooby. All right.
In Sumatra, I'm Adam Thorne, wildlife adventurer, primate specialist. I investigate the world's most mysterious creatures using science and field research, separating fact from folklore and working to remove the crypto from cryptozoology. Before I get into it, the Primate Discovery Unit website is up and running. If you become a member, it's free. You can...
Hang on, I want to listen to his words here without... Hang on, I gotta listen to this guy's words here.
World's most mysterious creatures using science and field research, separating fact from folklore and work...
Now, put science in big ol' quotes for me, for this guy, okay? Put science in nice, big quotes. Big ol' quotation marks. Real loosely termed. Alright? Science.
to remove the crypto from cryptozoology. Before I get in...
Well, you can't, because that's just the term. The term is cryptozoology. If it was not cryptozoology, it would just be zoology, I'm pretty sure.
Into it, the Primate Discovery Unit website is up and running. If you become a member, it's free. You can submit research, ideas, citing, anything you feel might be of interest to the PDU. You can submit. It is free. But if you do want to donate some money or buy a t-shirt, this is a PDU t-shirt.
Sightings.
It does help out, and it does take some financial stress off me because I fund all my expeditions just myself, and it will allow me...
Now, is that entirely correct? I mean, one could say that if you're taking money for merchandise, that the fans who watch your videos are the ones who are funding your... It's like a cycle, you know, like... You didn't start out with a bunch of money, hopefully, right? Otherwise, you're entitled and just using, you know, someone else's funds to make yourself more enriched, and nobody would ever want to accuse you of that, right? Now, presumably, you didn't start with a bunch of money. Presumably, you started with nothing, and you were making YouTube videos. So if you were making YouTube videos, and then you started monetizing those videos, then your fans are actually the ones who are paying for you to go to these places. If then, after you established an account and a following, then you monetized further and you started selling merchandise by then using this line where you say, hey, I don't make money from these things, like what was his claim? Like, I don't make money from this. He said he funds his own trips, which is just that you're literally a YouTuber.
It does help out, and it does take some financial stress off me because I fund all my expeditions just myself, and it will allow me to do...
See what I'm saying? Like, is this not your living? Is this not what your career is? Because, I mean, it's, you know, you're not that well known. Like, you don't have that much of... I don't have that much of a following, but... You also don't have that much of a following, right? Like, he's way bigger than I am, but it's still not like in YouTube celebrity status yet. But I'm guessing that his videos are probably monetized. I would have to assume, right? With that amount of viewership, 10,000 views on April 24th. I mean, that's decent. Is it? Is that decent? I don't know. Again, if I knew, I'd probably be structuring my channel better, and I probably would have more viewers. But it seems like it did okay. It's doing okay, I guess. Anywho, the point is, he's got to be making some money from the videos. And unless he started out as like an entitled rich person, not entitled, but like a rich person, unless he started out already with funds, then... I can't imagine that he's like doing all this Bigfoot research and then coming onto YouTube and starting an account and having YouTube videos based on the stuff that he's already doing, right? Because and we'll get there, but like his YouTube videos aren't just Bigfoot stuff. So it leads me to believe that this was like his plan, that he wanted to have a YouTube account and that he wanted to be able to go out and find Bigfoot. And maybe it's just because of a true love of Bigfoot and not a love of money, but you got to get the money from somewhere, you know? And so maybe creating sensationalized content might be what led up to that point, but you were always required your fans' money in order to get to where you're going. I don't like when people don't make that distinction, and it's like an endless loop of like what they, I think, see as gratitude. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird social dynamic, and I don't like when people engage in that.
More expeditions. In this video, I'm going to go through some of the methods and techniques I'm going to be implementing while I'm there to assist me in hopefully
See, he said if he funds his own expeditions, but the financial burden is lessened by people who buy merchandise from him, but he's making also money from YouTube, and he even says in the same statement that doing that will allow him to go on to more expeditions. So effectively, we're like, not we, but his fans are funding his expeditions, which is just, that's directly counter to what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't, maybe I'm nitpicking, maybe I'm being too pedantic, but I feel like that's an important distinction to make.
Finding evidence that this cryptid ape actually exists, which I'm pretty confident it does. I'm also going to be going through some gear I always bring with me on jungle expeditions, whether it's for
weird
the Orang Pendek or
how
just
that
a jungle
works.
expedition in general. They are super helpful and super handy, and I promise you, they will make your life a lot easier while you're out in the jungle. And as we know, jungles can be very formidable and inhospitable. Whereabouts in Sumatra am I going? Well, I am going to...
What did you say? Was he offhandedly mentioning a sponsorship?
They are super helpful and super... Going through some gear I always bring with me on jungle expeditions, whether it's looking for the Orang Pendek or around Lake Gunung Tujuh. That's where I went before, that's where I found footprints. And originally, when I was planning this expedition, I was going to try somewhere else. But I figured the majority of sightings happen around this area. Hair samples that have come back as an unknown primate were found in that area.
Oh my god. Molecular analysis of anomalous primate? What? It's just this!
I found
Where's the data?
footprints in that area, so why try...
You're just printing words. I can do that. I did that in my last video. I put a bunch of words on the screen because anyone can do that.
somewhere else where this...
Even then, let's just take it as it face value, that where it says anomalous apes, it just means that they weren't able to detect, that they weren't able to establish what species of ape we're looking at. That's all. Because he uses fucking eDNA kits that he fucking makes. He brands his own eDNA kits.
area seems to be a hotspot for Orang Pendek sightings. I will be going deeper into the jungle from Gunung Tujuh and exploring some gorges and valleys that look very interesting. I'm bringing about...
How? It's like fishing. It's like when you're it's exactly like fishing. You go with a set of specialized equipment to try and find something that you can't necessarily pin down, but kind of relatively know might be in the area. And then you're looking at an overhead fucking map and you're like, oh, that might be where the fish is. Jesus!
6 of these, maybe 5, depending on how one of them works. I still need to test it. But 6 of these, hopefully, will be put out in various parts of the jungle. They will be left there.
Just a spoiler alert, he only gets results from one. He only puts one up, I think.
For several months. Then I will go back to Sumatra and retrieve them and review the footage. Hopefully, there's a short bipedal ape walking within view of...
There's part 2. We have part 2. We have part 2, guys. We have part 2. We officially have part 2. Part 2 is published. It is available to the general public, and it is... Well, it's a part 2, certainly. It is certainly a part 2. That is one thing that I can say about it.
Of the camera. Unfortunately, in this day and age, even if I got an Orang Pendek on trail camera, because AI is so prevalent everywhere, it'll just get accused of being AI. That...
Already defeating your entire foundational premise here by saying that you know people are just going to assume that it's AI. Which, I mean, whatever, you know, like maybe that's a thing that you would have to contend with, but the whole point of this is transparency for transparency's sake. It's not to please any group or to satisfy any question other than does this thing exist. It's not how does it exist, or it's not what does its fur look like or anything like that. We're just trying to establish the existence of a cryptid here. And if you have naysayers, that's fine, but that's when you come in with the DNA evidence. That's when you come in with the real video footage, the photographs, the footprints, the scat, maybe even. I'm sure people, have at least tried to collect Orang Pendek scat, because people have put regular Bigfoot scat on display before in the US. So it's not beyond the realm of belief that you're going to collect its poop at some point. So we got poop, we got hair, DNA, eDNA evidence that you're going to collect with your branded eDNA kit. So you bring all that. Once you get the naysayers that say like, oh, this is all just AI, you say, okay, well, I got this DNA evidence. I got these hair samples. I got all this stuff. I got the poop. I got the poop. I got the poop. Is that not enough? Is poop not enough?
Is the crappy thing that we're dealing with now. Any good footage of something really cool is automatically...
So when you step out of your way to say, oh, well, don't worry, there are going to be some people who don't think it's real, you're weakening your stance. It means that you're not convinced. Not anybody else. You're putting a qualifier there for you, my friend, my brethren. All right? Not yourself, or yourself, not anybody else. Good sir.
AI. And it sucks because on social media, I have lots of cool animal interactions that I've filmed. You may not know, but I run a safari company, so often I'm overseas in Africa or places like that, leading safaris. So I get really cool animal encounters on camera, but the more AI stuff we see, the more it's just going to be accused of being AI. And it does suck. Along with the trail cameras.
Okay, that's fine, but roll with it. Yes, it sucks when someone accuses your stuff of being AI, but who cares? Like, you move on. You know it's not. You don't have any, there's no reinforcing agent out there that that is agreeing with whoever's accusing you of being AI. You have all the proof in the world. Shouldn't matter. It's all good.
For the 5 nights that I'm out there in the jungle, I will have a portable speaker playing vocalizations that I have created that somewhat match the descriptions of the Orang Pendek. I have them.
How do you know? You don't know what it sounds like because you've never seen one before. How do you... It's like God. You don't know what God says. You don't know how God sounds. You don't know what fucking angels look like because you can't see them. You've never seen them. Nobody's ever seen one. Nobody's ever seen the spaghetti monster. We don't know what it fucking looks like. Is it the universe? I don't know. What if God was one of us? Just a slob like one of us? Just a stranger on the bus trying to make his way home? Just trying to make his way home.
Them on the SD card just on loop, so for like 8 hours a day, that will just be...
Would you call him on the phone? Or would you leave him there alone? Is that how it goes?
Looping nonstop, hopefully gaining curiosity from an ape.
But if you're why would it matter? The Bigfoot would probably just think it's some kind of monkey orgy going on. If you're just playing a cacophony of monkey noises, Bigfoot's gonna be like, and then just kind of like back out of the. He's gonna be like, okay, gonna go climb a tree now. Like, what's the point?
Ape of some sort, and
ape.
Hopefully that ape comes in to investigate, and then bang, caught on camera. The vocalizations I'm using I've gotten from orangutans and also gibbons, and
It's the same amount of curiosity that a person would have. They wouldn't necessarily just go tromping through the forest try to figure out what the strange fucking noise is. And then, it's like in Apex, the scary fucking scene, when she finds the goddamn camera, or phone, and it's playing a family, a video of a family or some shit. Jesus.
Slightly
Just think about how these things would work in real life. If it's an early hominid species, if it's the missing fucking link, it's gonna act somewhat similar to a sapient ape species, right?
Manipulated the vocalizations. I made them all.
So why use a different species of ape as the vocalizations? Because they're gonna be smart enough to know it's not fucking them. Oh, but I made it. Good for you.
Little bit
Good for you!
deeper, slower. I have no idea what an orang pendek sounds like. I can only go by description, but
This is what I'm saying. So if you don't have any fucking idea what an orang pendek sounds like, why are you guessing? What's the point? You will. It could be, or it could be like it could be anything. Like you don't know. There's just nothing. There's no fucking. You've no idea what it could be.
it is an ape at the end of the day. So an ape hearing another ape call, even if it's not the same species, it will probably gain some curiosity and come in for a look, especially if they're territorial. They hear another ape call. Get out of my territory, I'm coming in. So I've got orangutans doing long calls mainly because they're more distance calls. And I've also got...
I mean, yeah, but it's going to hide in the bushes and it's not going to reveal itself. And when it sees that there's just a speaker, it's just a box playing this noise, it's going to get disinterested and walk away. They're not fucking dumb, according to the people who specialize in these things. They're like early hominid species, or they're very adjacent to humanity at the very fucking least. If they're smart enough to stay hidden for all this time, I'm just taking you at your word on those things. I'm trying to steel man your argument here.
gibbons doing their classic hooting. This is what they sound like.
Why are you showing? Why are you showing the thing? You just said that you were gonna play orangutan fucking long calls and shit, and now you're putting a fucking picture up of the thing that you want it to sound like. What is this fucking rinky-dink operation here?
So these are just methods that I don't know if they'll work, but you've got to try something new, right? I can't leave the...
No! That is not science. You don't just try something new. That's not science. You try something new based on what the data says. And the data does not say that we fucking know what an orang pendek sounds like. God damn, dude. And why do you stare so intently at the camera? I don't like someone making so much eye contact with me. You know, be slightly off center, I think is fair for all parties involved. You know, you can look, the camera doesn't have eyes. You know, if you're looking in the center of the screen, your eyes are going to follow me around the room, and I don't like that. You're going to watch me undressing. You know, it's weird, and I don't like it, okay? Sir.
Those portable speakers out there for months at a time because the batteries will run out, you know, within a day. But during the day, I will have them just playing non-stop near the trail cameras, but only near a few trail cameras because I don't know whether or not it's going to draw something in or potentially scare something off. So to keep it more controlled, you need to look at each variable. So you need to have some control, which is...
But if we don't know that these things exist, we haven't studied them, and so we don't know what variables are going to do what. You're just stabbing in the dark. It's like someone who doesn't know where a vein is, and you're trying to give someone an inoculation, and you just keep going like with the needle. You're just like, I can't find it. I can't find it. Eventually, we'll find it.
The trail cameras set up without the vocalizations playing, and also variable trail cameras, which are the ones that will have the portable speaker playing those vocalizations. You might be wondering why I've chosen to set them up during the day rather than overnight, and I might leave one out overnight just out of curiosity, but as far as it goes, there are no nocturnal apes. Apes are all diurnal. All the extant apes are all diurnal. It would be very strange for this particular ape to be nocturnal for some reason, especially given the fact that tigers are more active.
There is a scientifically backed idea, and I fully am an endorser of that idea. Ape species are diurnal. I like that. But can you please change your eyes? The way that they're looking at me is just so intense. It's just so intense. I don't mind a little intensity, but please. I don't need to see this in my dreams. I really don't.
Active at night and hunt a lot at nighttime. So it would be strange for a nocturnal ape to be walking around on ground level when tigers are most active. And yes, there are tigers in that area, so that's just another thing that I need to look out for. I have had close calls with tigers in the jungle, and I don't want another one. So next on the list is eDNA. eDNA I have used in the past on an orang pendek expedition, but I didn't understand it enough. I thought that...
Oh, you didn't understand it enough. He has branded eDNA kits. He has branded eDNA kits. He has eDNA kits that have his face / avatar / whatever the fuck they're called, PFP. Like, he has a branded eDNA kit, and he didn't understand them, is his excuse. So either he's an idiot, or he's trying to explain away a failure because he doesn't want his product to seem less reliable, I guess.
There wasn't really any point in collecting eDNA because this animal isn't known to science, so its DNA has never been sequenced, not on the metadata barcode.
Oh, thank the Lord, he actually... So he's saying, hey, listen, I wasn't right in the thing that I thought was true. Is this a further video than... Because I think this is the one that I watched. I scrolled down, and I did not see any other, like, travel into the Sumatran jungle. Hang on. Just making sure. Yeah, I don't think it was this one. I do not think. Expedition debrief. Let me just fast forward in this. Okay, no, so it was that one. Okay. Yes! Okay, yes, this was the one. Yeah. You'll want to see this.
Primate footprint. What?
The orang pendek is an undiscovered species of ape that is said to walk upright like a man. They are said to be about 3 feet tall, and in actual fact the word orang pendek translates from Indonesian to English as little person. It's known to Indonesian locals, and it's also been seen by early Dutch colonists and even Western scientists. The area where it's said to inhabit is West Sumatra.
Again, just like with flat earthers, like, these people don't really understand scale very well. Scale is... You could get the same accounts from, like, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people for this particular thing, and it still wouldn't be enough to be convincing to, like, an entire body of people, like, it to society in general. Like, there's got to be studies, there's got to be, like, you know, very tight and regular and consistent observations made. It's just not meeting that minimum quality, you know, the minimum qualification.
More specifically, the Kerinci region, which is basically a giant jungle that spans about 14,500 square kilometers. A large amount of sightings come from Mount Gunung Tuju, which is a volcano. The volcano has a lake in the caldera, or in the middle of it, called Lake Gunung Tuju. And this is the area I'll be searching. So pretty much I'm going to trek all the way up the side of that mountain and down into the caldera, into that lake, and explore areas around that lake. My areas of interest...
Which I think takes him like 3 or 4 days. It's really, which is funny because when we look at the website for the travel, Gunung Tuju, whatever it's called, when we look for that, or at that website, you'll see that it doesn't take that long.
Interest is this large crater.
I get it. It's for an expedition, so you're staying for an extended period of time. I get it. I understand. But it only takes it does not take that long to get to the caldera.
Like gully thing, and some of these gorges that span out into deep jungle. This is where I'll
That's not
spend
an
the next
indictment.
5 days.
Just a thing to know.
On our quest for the orang pendek, my guide Ian. Yes, it's sort of like the entrance, and just looking at how big the jungle is.
In my brand new expedition shirt, with my brand new bedroll, with my brand new backpack,
It's enormous.
freshly groomed, freshly haircut, all ready for filming. We're gonna find a
It's one of the first
Bigfoot.
jungles I've been in that hasn't been really hot. The weather.
Period. One of the first jungles I've ever been in. I'm kidding. I'm sure he actually goes traveling and stuff. That's not what I'm bringing into question. It's the method by which he makes that money.
is actually quite mild. And it'll cool down even more once we get closer to the caldera. But I'm still sweating my ass off. Although it's not a hot jungle, it's a humid jungle. Still like being in a bloody steam room. Pretty safe.
That is a real that is a real crisp, clean outfit he's got, isn't it? One would think that if this had been something that he'd been wearing for years and years and years of being a cryptobiozoologist, cryptoanthrozoologist, whatever the fuck he's calling himself, you would have gathered some dirt and dust and wear. But maybe he just keeps his stuff exceptionally clean and maintained, you know? Maybe it's all just very, very, very clean. He is, like, meticulous with his cleaning. It could be that. It could be that. Or it's all brand new. I'll let you be the judge.
Still got a long way to go. Most primates live in tropical
Well, I've
areas,
still got a long way to go there,
or mountainous
Sheila.
jungle, which we do know apes live in mountainous jungle. I mean, look at the mountain gorillas. Another ape that was thought to just be a legend and found out to be true.
Yeah, like 200 years ago. It's been a while. We learned that pretty early on, my friend. Pretty early.
There's also plenty of monkey species that live in colder temperatures, like your snub-nosed monkeys and Japanese macaques. And I mean, when I say cold,
Hey, watch your language, sir. All right? I don't want to hear any talk about macaque. All right? You've mentioned macaque at least once, and I don't want to hear about macaque again. Okay? Watch your language. This is a family show.
this isn't cold at all. Like, not even cold in the slightest. Not hot, but still sweaty. Reaching the top of this mountain will probably take all day, but then
Hey, man, that's the story of my life. Right? Any fat guy. That's just kind of existence. You know? Not hot, but still sweating.
we have to descend down the mountain and into that caldera. I can hear something in the tree.
Oh god, it's a Bigfoot! It's finally a Bigfoot! We have proof! The proof is there! It's finally here! It's just a monkey. It's a monkey.
First one to see one of these monkeys. It's a Sumatran Surili.
Certified monkey. It's a monkey. Monkey. I was like, what the fuck that guy doing? What the fuck you doing?
That's so damn cool. That was on my list of things I wanted to see while I'm here in Sumatra. Yeah, I'm looking for the orang pendek.
I really like the... You remember the trend in like 2009? This actually looks like a scar.
But man,
Yeah, that actually looks like a scar. But do you remember that trend in like 2009 where like people would put, not even 2009, like 2001, where people would shave that into their eyebrows just to look cool? Yeah, I got a scar on my eyebrow. It's pretty edgy. But that actually looks like he has a scar there.
I love primates, and a Sumatran Surili is a wicked tick off my primate list. That's so cool.
My guess, either an axe or a machete that came up and bit him. That done came up and bit him. If there's a Bigfoot sighting around the world and through the years, that means that there's a breeding size population and thus it's not real. If there is a Bigfoot sighting around the world and through the years, and thus it's not real, but wouldn't that mean it is real? I don't think it's real because I don't think there is. If there wouldn't have been a big enough breeding size population.
Well, it's just started pouring down.
Isn't it like 75,000 humans that need to happen? That need to have the biodiversity enough to... It means that there are more than one. So easier to find. They should be, yeah, typically.
And this area is kind of notorious for that. Wow.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
it's gonna come
monkeys.
down. That's probably going to keep on coming down for a long time.
A lot of monkey.
We haven't set up camp or anything, so I'm going to get a little bit wet. We've only just scratched the surface of this area.
Well, I think I'm gonna get a little bit wet, Sheila.
And if the orang pendek is anything like myself, then it doesn't like people and likes to avoid people, so it'll be fairly deep in the jungle.
Yeah. Well, you've certainly got the career for someone who doesn't like people. If you like being out in the middle of the forest and just not being around human beings, that definitely you've picked the right line of work. I will commend you on your choice.
My pack is heavy. My knees are weak. Arms are sweaty. I've got 8 feces on my adventure shirt already.
I mean, I've told some bad jokes too. I have definitely fallen victim to the throes of the dad joke epidemic that hits men typically after the age of 30. So I get it, but that was bad. That was really bad. You could have been ape vomit. It didn't have to be ape feces. But sir, that shirt is very crisp.
Mums. What rhymes with spaghetti? It's been a bloody trek already. Still got days and days and days. But I'm not complaining because this is exactly where I want to be.
This is 1.5 times speed. Would you be able to watch this at normal speed? I would not be able to.
So I'm by myself at the moment. I do have a guide, but he's...
I do have a guy, but he's not a real person. He's got brown skin. Wait, and he doesn't look like me. Patrick, what's up? The accent does everything for me, does it?
off somewhere. Maybe going number 2s, I don't know. Or he's been turned into tiger number 2s.
What is the obsession with feces? Why is everyone who hunts cryptids, why is everyone so obsessed with poop? Is it like it's weird. Is it not? Is it not strange that all these people are so obsessed with poop? Well, maybe he's off taking a number 2. Well, maybe he's off. Well, maybe he's become a tiger's number 2. Huh?
Well, as long as he's got a full belly, he doesn't come after me. No, that's mean. He's a great guy. When the heavy rains come, all this will be like a torrent of water. But it makes a pretty cool trail. Very slippery trail. But hey, I'll take it.
Why are you reviewing the trail? You're supposed to be there hunting for Bigfoot.
Stairway to heaven. Or a highway to green hell. How gorgeous that is.
Okay, fucking Brando.
They love the jungle.
Brando over here in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. The temperature's just completely dropped. And I'm in pretty much a cloud. We're pretty high altitude. Oh, I just spotted some mushies.
Eat him. Eat him, you coward. Why does he have his eyebrows shaved like it's so trendy to do now? I think that's an actual scar. I was just mentioning that. I was just talking about that. I remember in the 2000s when people used to purposefully do that because they thought it was edgy, but I think for him it's an actual scar. It looks like it. He looks like he has a scar on like his forehead or something that goes down.
If they bruise blue.
You can kind of see it there. See how his eyebrow creases there?
Bleed blue? Oh, what's going on with the camera? I may have already eaten some. Oh, fuck.
Don't eat those. Don't just eat random mushrooms. That would be a bad idea. It'd be a really bad idea. Just don't do that. Just don't eat random mushrooms. Unless they're sticking out of cow poop, in which case you've got some pretty specific ones. And definitely dry them and pop them in, even if they kill you. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Very bad idea. But it's just, it's funny to remember that that was what the going rule was when I was growing up. If it's growing out of a cow pie, pick it and dry it. It's when he got scratched by that cryptid, you mean? By that crypt that one time. So on the website, when I went to go look this up, where it is from, like where people go in with guides and then to the caldera, it's supposed to be 2 hours. It's a 2-hour hike, and it takes him like 2 days. Oh, library. It's mostly VHSs. Mostly VHSs. These are all books. Right here. The book section is from there to right here. That's the books. And then all the rest are VHS tapes. versus.
I've made it. Lake Gunung Tuju.
Well, Sheila, I've made it.
volcano.
I've made it to the
Filled with water
caldera.
from this decent-sized lake. And it's called Gunung Tuju because it's surrounded by mountains. And Gunung Mountain, Gunung Tuju, 7 peaks.
It sounds like goody two shoes, which is it's funny. It sounds pleasant to my ears. I always hate mushrooms as is. Everyone used to have to put peanut butter sandwich or in this or that. It tasted like communion host to me. It's just it's hard to digest and it's hard to chew up and all that kind of stuff. And it doesn't taste pleasant. And so usually what people do is they'll soak it in a little bit of lemon juice to break up the fibers a bit. They're made of chitin, which break down easily, but hold together easily too. And so unless you like really chop them up or like grind them or like find some way to make the surface area like really good, like microns, then it's like it'll cause a little bit of like indigestion most of the time because you're trying to process all that chitin, but it's all you know, all the stuff is in there, right? I said I throw my VHS away one day. Why would you do that? Those could have been collector's editions, you know? Well, not collector's editions, but collector's items. You never know.
It's almost guarded by 7 jungle mountains. And yeah, we just had to climb over them to get here. But this is the area that has the most sightings of orang pendek. So this is the
Which is
perfect
supposed to
place
take about
look.
2 hours. It's a
So
mildly
that's our
moderate
mattress.
hike. According to the
I spent a
website.
few nights here
I don't know if that's
exploring some
true.
of these areas before moving deeper and deeper into the jungle. The weather here is crazy unpredictable. You get basically all 4 seasons within like a few hours. Sometimes there's nothing to do but to just chill out and wait for the weather to pass.
Woke up from
Which
a nap
sounds
and,
awesome.
The lake's gone.
Sounds amazing.
It's got really, really foggy.
I got tired of
Look at
moving
that.
them. Yeah, I can see
There's
that.
snow blindness looking at that.
It's a grasshopper!
There's nothing else to do but just chill out, wait for the morning.
Grasshopper!
So we're searching this area here. It's basically a very steep mountainside that goes over into a gully. So just looking for game trails that animals walk, and that'd be sort of the best place to look for any orang pendek. footprints.
Orang pendek, yep. I had the original Star Wars non-mastered on VHS. I'm pretty sure that
There's something in here that's quite small.
I'm pretty
So there
sure
are a
that
few
my
things in this
wife's
jungle that will
parents have,
rip open rotten logs to eat the termites and the grubs.
because they have like a really old house. They bought their house in like the 70s for around $75,000. Their house is now worth I think like a few million, which is good for them. But like they still have some cupboards that have like the old VHS that my wife used to collect when she was like a little kid, and even some of the stuff that they used to collect when they were like a little younger. And I would guess that the original Star Wars is probably like in that collection somewhere. Pretty sure. Would not put that past them. They liked the big Hollywood ones, so.
One of them is the sun bear or the honey bear, and another one is
Oh, honey bear. Oh.
is a rotten log that's been torn open by something powerful. First leech of the trip, and I'm surprised we didn't get more actually. So every maybe 10-15 meters, Eames making these markings on the trees because this area is basically unexplored. We need to find a way back. So leaving the markings on the trees like that could indicate that we're heading back in the right direction.
Yeah, you know, it's a good way to please the tourists. It makes them feel like they're actually on an adventure, but people who have been doing this for like their entire lives, they know how to stay safe, and usually stuff like this is performative. It's just so that to please the tourists, you know, got to get that bag. And if you're gonna be weird enough to go on and look for something that they can't, the people who live there can't even verify exists, then see, there's like this, it's adventure club kind of, I guess slightly racist. I maybe the foundation for this belief could be other than race. It could be like colonialist. It could be like whatever. There could be a bunch of different reasons for it, but we see other cultures as like, you know, subhuman, or like I don't know, just less than human, I guess. And so we assume that we have the better technology. So if there's anyone who's going to find Bigfoot, it's going to be the white man that goes and travels over there. Always at the expense of the brown skins, you know, like the brown skinned savages. Fucking Christ. It's an air of superiority, I guess, that I don't like. I definitely think I am getting sick. I feel that congestion welling up in my sinus cavities.
Check this out. Awesome horn.
You know, even if you do claim to be a zoologist, like, don't just go and pick up random animals. I know that, like, Steve Irwin, I guess, kind of got a pass for that because he did so much good for animals. But, like, just don't go and pick up random animals, you know? Like, at the very least, you're just disturbing his day. You know, I don't think he wants to be in your hand right now. I think he's probably scared shitless, even if he can't communicate that to you. He thinks you're going to eat him. You know, just don't release that cortisol in the first place, right?
Frogs. Look at that. A beautiful looking frog. We've just stopped here.
Hey, look at this horned frog now.
I've seen probably the best potential orang pendek.
So I came in late, but this guy is going through Southeast Asia looking for a Bigfoot. He's looking for the orang pendek. And he's gonna get lots of leeches on his taint. In case that's something that might keep your interest. He's gonna get lots of leeches on his taint.
Footprint I've seen so far.
Slash balls.
Check this out. There's actually two. So
Check this out.
right here. Divergent big toe. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my god. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. It's totally wrong, but I get it. Why? Like, that... that would look... he's... The way that he's describing it... It's allergy season here, though, so you might want to take a Claritin or Zyrtec. No, I mean, I'm taking my allergy pills. I got the Kirkland, I got the Costco one. Actually, I might not have taken it today, but I got the Costco one. It's been helping me. We have an arboretum here, and you're not allowed to pick up even plant material. Everything is lay. Everything is where it's supposed to be. Don't touch anything. Well, that's just like good practice. Look at, so the thing, it would be like this. It would be, he said this is the big toe. Then he said another toe, and then he glossed over these two toes, which he showed with his finger, and then another toe here or something. Why does it look like a fucking cartoon, like a smashed foot in a cartoon? Are you not paying attention to what you're saying?
Toes. Best potential. 2.
Watch.
Right here. Divergent big toe.
Here's a toe.
1, 2, 3,
2,
4.
toe,
Toes.
and another
Here.
toe, and another
Big
toe.
toe. Other toes.
Big, what? No. That's not, no. God, I that's not how you described it. Look at that overlay. That's not what he described. That is not even close to what he described. Don't you fucking gloss over it. He said this was a toe, then other toes, and then that was a fucking toe. I switched it towards because YouTube is lagging my comments behind your stream. Hopefully this will be better. I don't know. I don't know what the delay is on Twitch versus YouTube. I would assume... I don't know. I would assume that Twitch is probably better for a lower delay. I don't know. Not sure. It's not you, it's me. Probably. But that's not what he described. Listen, this is what he is showing. Even then, that's fucking stupid. Whatever. This is not what he was showing. Just watch his fingers. Watch his finger move.
Right here.
Okay. We're gonna... Don't fucking... Shut up. Just shut up, everyone. Shut up. Just shut up. Everyone shut up and look. Shut up and look. Just shut up and look. Paul 5130, you saw Bigfoot yesterday? Fuck yeah, dude. Where? Where'd you see it? What state / country? Paw print? It's supposed to be. But look at, watch.
Urgent big toe.
There's position 1. Not in the drawing. Alright, in your garden. What was he doing there? Was he chilling? Was he getting high? What was he doing? So this is one toe so far.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so one toe, another toe, another toe, another toe. We're at 4 toes, all in the same line. He hasn't moved. He has not changed.
3, 4.
And then, so, toe, 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 toe,
Toes.
and then toe. So this thing has 6 toes, and they're all on the same line. 6 toes that are on the same line, and then see how he draws it.
Heel. Big toe. Other toes.
You motherfucker. You son of a... You mother bitch! He's not being honest. This is sensationalization here at its best. And deception at its worst. Because it's not very deceiving. You can literally just see his fingers showing toe, 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 toe.
Right
It's toes all the way down, guys. It's toes all the way down.
there. Here. Some toes. There. So it's walked.
Where? What? He just did this. See toes? How is this scientific? He said he was going to do science. If it was a Wizard of Oz, we would have so many Totos. It's true. Yes, it's a dad joke, but I think it's okay. I don't think it's a bad one.
Steps there with his right foot.
It's a decent dad
Left
joke.
foot.
It's okay. It's like a popsicle stick joke.
Grabbed hold of that.
Popsicle stick joke.
Through this trail here. And right there. Grabbed again. Pulled the moss off.
So these creatures are both experts at stealth, but also dumb. They're fucking dumb enough to leave traces of how they traverse the environment behind them. They're both secretive and dumb as fuck at hiding. Interesting angles to approach this from. You got the pincer move right there. You're making sure that nobody can contest any part of this.
Straight through this trail.
Very clever.
Fairly
Very
old
clever.
print. And because it's on an angle like that, I can't cast it. But
Did you look into all the sightings here that were here in Ohio at the beginning of this year in March? I did not.
that has all the markings.
If you link a video, I
Of
can
an orangutan
take a look at it.
footprint.
After a few
Because
days
I'm
in this
sure,
area,
I'm sure there's probably someone who's covered it, right?
I haven't found any more potential orang pendek footprints. So tomorrow morning, we're going to head out to the other side of the lake and explore more deeper jungle.
Oh, did you see how, like, comfortable that blanket was? That's so nice that he was able to pack such a comfortable blanket. There were literally, like, 5 sightings in 3 days of a big feet in northeast Ohio. I guess I'll look it up. I'll take a look on YouTube and see if I can find a video that displays some of that coverage. I don't know, since doing my whole, like, playing retail games until I forced myself to make better content, I lost like 5 subs, so I think that might have been a bad move to make. So I'm gonna try and probably go back to my normal stuff here. It was an experiment. I lasted 8 days, but I think the formula needs to change just a bit. Portage County, Trumbull County, Ohio, Bigfoot. Okay. Oh, well, thank you. It's not that I'm, like, unsatisfied with the stuff that I make, but it's like, if I'm trying to build the community, then I gotta, I don't know. I have to figure something out, you know, when it comes to because I want to do thoughtful content. I want to be very intentional. I want to make sure that I'm, providing quality and value as opposed to just straight content. So I'm trying to like motivate myself to like be more intentional and thoughtful. And usually it's best to like not punish myself, but like kind of force myself to do that kind of stuff. Because it's like, then I don't have the convenience of just clipping my entire stream and then putting it as a video upload. Because that feels lazy to me, I want to try and put a little bit more oomph into it. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Like them.
yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be our camp for the next few days. Man, it looks epic. Like we're bloody deep. Holy crap. I'm getting bitten to shit out here by all sorts of insects. I mean, look at that. Right there. My arms have been
Yeah, see, that was
Jacked
a scar,
leeches.
for sure.
You bloody name it, but this is the jungle, baby. This is what it's all about.
You bloody name it.
Man calling.
See, I think what he's doing, because this was like, what, one of his earliest trips, I'm pretty sure. What? What the fuck?
The dodo was a large flightless bird native to Mauritius Island. It stood about 2 to 2.5 feet
What
tall
the fuck?
and was fairly heavily built. It was first described in 50.
What the fuck is happening? I don't even know who's this guy. Thorn. At least he's disclosing that he's using AI, but what the fuck? What was the fucking thumbnail? Like, what was the... I'm so confused. Oh, here, what? Yeah, there, what the fuck?
From sailors and things like that actually did lay eyes on the dodo, but over
What the fuck?
old paintings and journal
I remember when dodos were around everywhere when I was growing up. Were they? Weren't they extinct like quite a while ago? How old are you?
entries from sailors and things like that actually did lay eyes on the dodo, but over time these paintings
I don't understand. Why was that his picture of sailors? What I don't understand. That was like a burlesque show. What the hell, man? I'm older than Yoda. They are steak? Dodos are steak? I wish they were steak. I would eat steak right now. I'm so confused. Is this a podcast? What is... What the fuck, dude? When was this? 7 years ago. Extinct. I figured that's what you meant.
I travel the world in search of some of the most rare, dangerous, and downright bizarre creatures this planet has to offer. You just bit me. My mission is to solve some of the...
Okay, so he sucked at doing nature shows, and so he went into cryptozoology. Interesting direction.
mystery...
Biothorn?
My name's Adam Thorne. I'm an animal expert, adventurer, and explorer.
Wait a second. Didn't he say that he was a zoologist? Was he still studying?
Here's a few reasons why I think the Loch Ness Monster cannot exist. The Loch Ness Monster is said to...
Okay, well, at least you don't believe that the Loch Ness Monster can exist. You do, however, think that the Orang Pendek can exist.
How's it going, everyone?
Look at this man. He's beefy. He's a beefy man. He's got a beefy quality to him. Do you think he's juicing? Nah. That's got to be natty, right? I mean, I guess if this was only in this like the span of a few... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Guess it won't be long until we get shirtless vids. Jesus. Weird, right? I guess if you do that in like the span of 4 years, it's not that strange.
Bloody. Well, that's about it so far, but you get the gist. This stream here runs down from the mountains, through that natural corridor, and out into this lake. And this is going to be the perfect place to do an environmental DNA sample, because it's pretty much running straight through the habitat where the Orang Pendek probably lives.
Just so you know, eDNA is not going to be reliable to find a specific species that is not currently in any kind of DNA database. What you're doing is you're taking the little bits of DNA that you find and you're cross-referencing them with existing species. If the Orang fucking Pendek has not yet been proven to exist, there's no fucking record of it in any DNA fucking database. So not only do you brand your own eDNA kits like a fucking tool, but also, it's not going to come up with anything. You piece of shit. That is one thing that tells me that is a scam. And I don't think the whole thing is a scam. I definitely know that one piece of merchandise is a scam. Let's compare that against the rest of things, because we need a whole body of work to determine whether something is a scam or not, right? Is he selling anything? The answer to that is yes. But how deep does it go? Maybe not too deep. Maybe he's not a hopeless sellout. However, it does look like he really wanted to be a nature person, a nature TV guy at first. I want to hear how he introduces himself in this one.
Here's something.
Come on. I hate the fucking coming up thing.
But Orang Pendek translates from Indonesian to English as little person. It's known to square kilometers. All the way. And some of these...
Yeah, so this is sort of like the...
I want him to introduce himself.
Working on my second Orang Pendek expedition in Sumatra. Adventurer,
Oh, here we go. Okay.
wildlife adventurer, primate specialist. I investigate the world's...
He just said animal expert in the first video. He said animal expert, adventurer, and something else. But I thought that he said that he was a zoologist.
most mysterious creatures using science and field research, separating fact from folklore and working to remove...
If you knew that it was a problem, if you knew that you didn't do things correctly in the first place, then why the fuck would you show the video of that? Like, why the fuck would you show that as if that's like an accomplishment that you made? I feel like that's bad. That's in bad faith doing that.
Madam Thorne, wildlife adventurer, primate specialist.
Wildlife adventurer, primate specialist. But it changed over the years, did it not?
The Loch Ness Monster. Here's a few reasons. 15 to script.
Tell me about yourself.
And the river for
No.
lives of fresh water.
No. No. Tell me about yourself. Now, whatever.
Entrance, and just looking at how big the jungle is, it's enormous.
I think he said something about being a zoologist.
It's one of the first jungles I've been in that hasn't been really hot. The weather's actually quite mild, and it'll cool down even more once we get closer to the caldera.
Thorne is a wildlife adventurer and jungle explorer. Born in Perth, Australia, Adam has been obsessed with animals from a very young age. The obsession and passion for wildlife has led Adam to hosting various wildlife documentaries and TV shows. Various? I would love to see his IMDb. I'm guessing he's been in maybe one title. He has like one credit to his name. He does YouTube videos. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that leads me again to further believe that he's scamming people, because he says that he funds his own adventures. He funds his own adventures. But then he also says that when people buy his merchandise, it reduces the impact on him financially because he funds his own ventures. If they are helping you with the impact of your adventures on your own finances, then they are funding your adventures. Is that not true? Is that not the case? Am I taking crazy pills? Your fans are funding your adventures. Instead of saying, you know, thank you for helping me with funding my own adventures, instead of saying that, why don't you say thank you? Why don't you, that, to me, that would build your community. That would build a better foundation in your community by showing your appreciation for them funding your fucking adventures. Fuck, man. To me, if I was to make money from YouTube, it's because of you guys. It's because of your contributions. You make that possible. I wouldn't, why would I have to like, why would I have to make some kind of qualifier like I'm so cool that I can fund all my own shit, so I don't need you guys to watch me, but if you buy my merch, it can make that financial impact a little less, alright? And then he even says in the same statement that if you buy his merch, it helps fund his next adventure. What? Yeah, that means that your fans are fucking funding your adventures. His parents are very rich. Yeah, probably. All my merch is probably all organic. It doesn't kill any bugs or organisms or whatever. I mean, I don't know what his merch is. He's selling those eDNA kits. That to me is insane. That is like the most insane thing ever.
But I'm still sweating my ass off. Although it's not a hot jungle, it's a humid jungle. Still like being in a bloody steam room.
Toes, divergent big toe, heel. See that? That looks very much like a Orang Pendek.
How do you know?
This is to get here.
Yeah.
Here, more here.
Yep.
Then, and two here, down here. Huh?
Yeah, that's like the heel.
That seriously looks like an Orang Pendek footprint. And Orang Pendek footprint kind of looks in between orangutan, chimpanzee, and gorilla, sort of all mixed up. Now, if I was walking through bloody Uganda or something...
But none of them look like just a line of 6 toes, I can tell you that much. I was able to observe as much, that it doesn't just look like a row of toes. Like you fucking drew out with your fucking finger not 2 seconds ago.
I would look at that and go, chimpanzee footprint, for sure.
Look at that. Big toe, heel, other toes.
So he built his channel for 5 years and is now claiming to be a wildlife expert. Searching for Bigfoot. That's like if I posted a bunch of like AI bullshit videos that said that I was fucking CEO of Google, and I walk into the Google office and I say, "Hey guys, I'm the CEO of Google. You're going to have to trust me." And then they just do. Same shit. Like, you can't just say that you're a thing. Like, you
They're on that leaf litter again. That's hard.
No credentials.
Something's definitely walked through here. I've just seen sun bear prints, very fresh ones, just before, but that ain't sun bear. That's a primate footprint, and it's too big to be Siamang, too big to be Sumatran Surili or macaque.
Okay. Says the wildlife expert. Not a zoologist, not an anthropologist, not a crypto-anthrozoologist or whatever the fuck. Nothing like that. He's just looking at a thing in the ground and saying that that is an Orang Pendek footprint. He didn't go to school to learn anything about primates, and he calls himself a primate specialist. And he only... You know what's really strange? Is it seems like he only started using the words primate specialist when he started talking about fucking cryptozoology. So that it lends more credibility to him saying that he's finding fucking Bigfoot. or when he finds fucking holes in the ground that could have been left by any of the species that exist in that forest, the hundreds of thousands of animals that are all walking around at any given goddamn time, it's going to give it a little bit more credibility when he says he's a primate specialist. He doesn't have any fucking professional credentials that say that he's any kind of zoologist or biologist or anthropologist or anything. He is a failed nature documentary TV personality. And when nature documentaries didn't work out, he went to grifting.
Toes.
It feels insane. It feels insane.
Big toe, heel.
It feels insane.
That's a fucking primate footprint. That's a...
How do you know? Good sir, how do you know? How can you rag on me for being a WoW nerd, then go play on a private server? That's what Ultra WoW fans. Fuck you, Skippy! Shut up! Shut up! You're not cool for being, don't you fucking say that 3.5 hours into the stream? How fucking dare you bring that to my doorstep? How fucking dare you? I'll play on whatever goddamn server I want, Skippy. Shut up.
That's a primate footprint. I don't have
How late in the day you knew about this yesterday and you're giving me shit about it today? I will never play Classic WoW.
time to cast it because we're leaving
Blizzard sucks.
in an hour or two. I don't have time to cast that.
I'm kidding. Blizzard, don't cancel me.
Damn it.
So toes?
But less for this. It's quite long.
Very long. God.
So Ian's just found this other print very close to the other print I found. This one isn't as good, but you can see some toe marks and definite potential.
So in this multiple day expedition, he finds some random fucking footprints. And just because someone says so, the guide says so, oh yeah, that's a primate, yeah, you can take a look. He's not even fucking engaging with any of the shit. The second this dude starts talking about orang fucking pendek, the guy walks away. I guarantee he's laughing while he's counting the fucking money. Like, you have what appears to be just any hole in the ground. You're calling it a footprint. Your guide is calling it a footprint, but neither of you actually know that. You're not a fucking scientist. You say you're going to be doing this with science. You're not a scientist, bud. You're not a scientist, Jack. You're not a scientist. And he's saying they're going to do this with science.
That it's the same animal, that same ape. This is pretty crazy.
It's great, Mark.
Yes! It is yes, it's crazy! It's extremely crazy!
There's the thing on the lip, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, something's walking and
Oh, jeez.
slide mark.
Then our foot must be broken the lip.
Yeah.
Could any animal that weighs a pound could potentially go like that when it it picks up its appendage and could scrape mud onto something? Like, what am I witness to? Is this a man's cry for help? And I still don't think that that's because there's one where he's like picking up fucking what's it called, a hair and shit. I have to find it. If I don't find it, I will be unhappy. Unhappy. I love how he used AI to put himself in a AI type body for his thumbnail. I feel like he probably could have just taken a picture of himself for his thumbnail. Isn't that like normal? Isn't that what people... Did I do it wrong? Because I just took a picture of myself for thumbnails. Did I do it wrong? Yeah, weird. I'm determined to find it. It's not the Cayumba Gorge. It was a frickin' oh shit, maybe it was the second one that I saw, Orang Pendek 2.
I investigated
Electric
the world's
Boogaloo. Right? Could that have been it?
most mysterious creatures using a whole set of potential Orang Pendek footprints on
That is not at all what you described at first. And I get it, that's a different one.
This cryptid ape has been sighted by local people, Western naturalists, and also Dutch colonists who were in West Sumatra
back.
over a century ago.
Bones, my ancient
Many
bones.
sightings occur around Gunung Tuju. An extinct volcano, that's caldera, has now formed a large lake. And it's this area where I found a whole set of potential Orang Pendek footprints on a previous expedition. Now I'm heading back to Gunung Tuju to implement new techniques and explore deeper jungle. The expedition begins with the arduous climb up the side of the volcano.
About halfway up the mountain. It's been a tough climb, but
Why the fuck are you doing all this working out? It's just glamour muscles. That's all it is. He's not doing his working muscles. He's not doing his working group. He's not engaging his core enough, you know?
it's what you gotta do when looking for cryptid apes. That's Siamang calling, which are the largest gibbon
He knows that it's ridiculous. Seemingly.
in the world. Big black gibbons.
But, okay, if you are a person who is trying to make it on television or YouTube, whatever, like in actual like productions, like a nature guy, like if you're jumping around like pulling fucking alligators out of the water, if you're gonna do the Steve Irwin thing, and you start out with what, nothing but a degree and a dream and mommy and daddy's millions, then you too can go on an expedition and try to make a nature thing work. And when that doesn't work, then you got to go and do something else. And what this guy decided to do was go for cryptids, go for the Orang Pendek. And he was able to fund like 2, I think, trips to Sumatra to the same place. I only see a couple of videos of him looking for cryptid apes in maybe like 2 or 3 different places. And so he is just milking them for all they are worth. Mostly because there really is no proof that an offshoot hominid species exists that would be considered like Bigfoot or anything like that. We have no proof that is actually a thing. So you've got to figure out how to make it work. You got to figure out how to do that. You know what I mean? And so in order to do that, you've got to basically grift. Like if you have no proof that this thing exists and you come back with very little proof that this thing exists, then you have to like make shit up. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to make shit up. You're gonna have to make shit seem like more reputable and more sensical. And then your fans are not only funding your expeditions, but they're funding your scam too. I have 300 gems to drop on makeup brush gifts when you're monetized. What is a makeup brush gift? Okay, but thank you. That sounds good, Skippy. I'm into it.
Sound close, but still pretty far away. I thought I was fit.
And he's
Good grief.
he's said that he's gonna. This definitely is the one that I was thinking of. He said that he's gonna bring those squares, those sound squares that are gonna play like a bunch of different primate sounds. Like it's just gonna sound like a monkey orgy. It uses a filter to change your face to look like you're wearing makeup. Oh, okay, cool. And it gives you like 3 cents. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
The climb takes hours, and most of it is super steep. So basically every step I take feels like I'm doing a lunge with 20 kilos hanging off my back.
Then why'd you do all the working out? You did all this working out. That's what what was the point of it? if not to get built and to get strong, brother.
Nearly there, I think. It's just started to rain. It rains pretty much every day.
Oh, I would, yeah.
Hopefully it won't be
It is a rainforest.
all-day rain, but it seems pretty light, so
Cafe.
no storm.
Do you guys remember rainforest cafes? Man, theme restaurants. That is just such a thing. Kids would fucking love that shit. Kids would flip the fuck out if we had theme restaurants again. Because I think it's been such a long time since we've had them. They've been out of the zeitgeist for so long that, like, we've probably gone a full generation now. Like, where if we introduce theme restaurants again, like Rainforest Cafe, or like, that's really the only one I can remember. But, like, there's other ones, you know? Rainforest Cafe was just a good one. I like that place. It's corny, and it's like, you know, the food isn't super amazing, but they had tiki drinks. They had tiki drinks.
Touch wood.
The ground is very muddy, and because it rains pretty much every day, the water just runs straight down here, and that makes the ground really slippery. Lake Tuju, in all its glory. See the clouds? It's not the easiest place to get to, that's for sure, but I'm here, and I'm
queer, and I'm drinking beer. I'm here, I'm queer, and I'm drinking beer.
bloody keen to get started on my second orang.
Yeah, I bet you are. I bet you're bloody keen.
Pendak expedition. Tonight, probably set up camp just here. Maybe explore that area just over there. And then tomorrow, canoe across the lake.
Canoodle?
And explore the other side of this lake and deeper jungle. That's where I had the most success last time I was here, was on the other side of the lake. This time I'll camp there and head.
You mean where you found the footprint? The footprint?
Bit deeper into the jungle and set up the trail cameras and collect my eDNA samples. All right, so there's been a slight, it's muddy. Jesus Christ. There's been a slight change of plans. Originally, we were gonna camp here for the night and then kayak across the lake into the deeper jungle tomorrow. But the weather's looking okay and we got here early-ish, so we're gonna canoe across the lake now. So my legs got a bloody good workout. It's time to hit the upper body. Oh no. Fucking mud.
I would just say, like, don't keep that in the video. You know, don't keep the complaining in the video. Like, I get it. You think it's funny, but like it's dumb. You don't need it. Just keep the good bits in, you know? I fall victim to that too. Like, I put all the shit that I don't need to put in my videos in the videos, and it's all just inside shit that people that if I'm trying to get people into the channel, it's not going to happen with inside jokes. You know, if you're too inside baseball, like, nobody's going to understand what the fuck you're saying because you're referencing shit that they've never seen before. So you got to keep it fresh. You got to, like, not, you know, don't complain about your upper body when you're obviously a built man. You know, it makes me feel like you're just kind of spoiled. Maybe you should invest in some hair fucking treatment.
Oh man, I'm gonna burn some calories today.
That's mean. But you know, that also tends to happen quickly when you're juicing. Just saying. I'm not an accusation, just an observation.
Paddle across a lake takes anywhere from 2 to 3 hours depending on the weather. The weather's been pretty good so far, but it can change instantly. Luckily, we managed to set up camp just before the weather set in. We crossed the lake and got camp set up just in time because it's just started pissing down with rain. The next morning, after a strong black coffee, it's time to get out there and do some exploring. Gotta pack my bag for the day. eDNA kit.
Now that I don't understand, first of all, why. Oh, gotcha. I mean, this makes it pretty obvious, right? Like 5 votes. Oh, sorry. I thought this was I thought the poll was, is this a scam? Jesus Christ. Because it said no. Good. No, you shouldn't believe in Bigfoot because this man is selling eDNA collection kits. Now, I prefaced it. I already said that it was ridiculous that this person he's marketing some of this shit. But I was not lying when I said that he specifically had branded eDNA kits. Can you believe this? Can you believe what this is? It is insanity. This guy says that he's a wildlife expert. He says that he's an ape specialist. And he says that he is an adventurer. Which is just... all of this is insane. The fact that he's trying to call himself an expert in anything is just really crazy, because you don't really want to just come on the internet and say that you're an expert in something when you don't do anything that says that you're an expert in anything. He's not conducting science. He hasn't done anything scientific since he's been there, except use his BioThorn branded eDNA collection kit, which he admitted didn't work the first time. Just saying. It seems a little shady. It seems a little shady and a little bit like a bit of a scam. A little bit like a bit of a scam. If I'm a little honest, it seems a little bit like a bit of a scam. There's a tiny little bit of a scam. Would you buy an eDNA kit from this man? This is his username. This was his original username, BioThorn, which sounds gross. But would you buy an eDNA kit from this man to help you find Bigfoot? Because that's what he's selling. And he even fucking said here, he says here,
night and hunt a lot at nighttime. eDNA works, the way they can barcode the DNA, you can target specific species, or about how eDNA works. It actually can be sequenced that is very closely related to an orangutan living in West Sumatra, which might give some clues as to what the orang pendek actually is. After learning more about how eDNA works, it actually can be sequenced to where it will show up undescribed species of ape. Because the way...
No. Hold on. That's a lie. That's not what it would show. It would show either anomalous ape or indeterminate ape or inconclusive, whatever the fucking specific term they use. It's just that they can't classify the DNA that they're receiving because it's either partial or damaged, or because the strand is damaged, because the sample's damaged, because the sample's unreliable, because you're trying to cross-reference pieces of DNA with other pieces of DNA that might have some relation to each other. And so, yeah, you can definitely cross-reference that to try and target the overall family of animals that you're trying to find. But if it's indiscriminate, it's indiscriminate. It doesn't mean that you can rule out orangutans or chimpanzees. It just means that it cannot tell. It cannot tell conclusively what it is. So he's framing this in a way that you can essentially filter out real apes, and everything that's left is going to be a cryptid potentially. That's his fucking justification for this. And it doesn't make any sense because it's just fucking a jigsaw puzzle of DNA essentially that you're trying to assign a pattern to that you can then read somewhat reliably. But you cannot rule something out because it all just is pieces of existing things that you're saying mean the thing you want it to mean. That is insane. That is insane that anybody would use that as a justification or a method of conducting science. This is not scientific at all. What you're saying is that you're going to ignore what the science says and then project your own fucking meaning onto the results. That's specifically what you're saying.
Primate Discovery Unit, eDNA kit, that is.
Yep, you got to have that thing that you can buy on my website. Does he actually sell it? Yep. He's selling it, but he's not disclosing that this is an ad. Ooh, buddy. Oh, look, I left a comment. It's a mystery. 1 second later. Well, I knew this would be the right place. What an asshole. Okay, so sometimes I don't remember... Sometimes I don't remember what I say on people's channels. I don't remember... I'll probably... If I post this, I'll edit it into the stream itself, but you can probably only see this on horizontal mode. But I left a comment that says, quote, it's a mystery. Then 1 second later, quote, well, I knew this would be the right place. And then I say, what an asshole. If this was someone else, because you're such a reputable scientist, huh? I'm so sassy. Why am I so sassy? Guys, why am I so sassy? The Primate Discovery Unit is a project started by wildlife adventurer and primate specialist Adam Thorne. We still haven't been able to determine the extent of his expertise, so maybe this will help. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's at the top of the page they're asking you to donate. Investigations include but are not limited to field expeditions, eyewitness statements. Okay, so first-hand and second-hand accounts, notoriously reliable, right? eDNA and DNA sampling and analysis, which he even says in 2 of his videos now are unreliable. Information gathering by PDU members, him. So he'll go out, and this is, I love how this is like just 2 things in one, or this is the same thing but twice. Field expeditions and information gathering by PDU members. He's the only PDU member. So he's going to go out and he's going to look for this thing, and then he's going to get a story from someone, and then he'll send an indiscriminate soup of DNA that he thinks might be on the path of this cryptid that you cannot determine exists. And that's his empirical, that's going to be what proves their existence. The Primate Discovery Unit is a project started by wildlife adventurer and primate specialist, no credentials provided, Adam Thorne. The aim of the PDU is to investigate unknown primates by taking a more scientific approach. Our mission? To prove their existence. If you have an interest in taking a more scientific approach, Jesus fucking Christ, you just repeat it like there's no reason to say that again. Becoming a PDU member may appeal to you. Having members from all around the world is extremely useful. It allows the PDU to use members to investigate cryptid primates in their area. So it's a pyramid scheme. So he's trying to get you to sign up with his program so that when you go out and you do your own research, he can claim that it's part of the PDU and he gets to take credit for it. Cool. When you're in the downline, you can investigate cryptid apes in their area, submit reports on their findings, whether short-term or long-term investigations, to the PDU overseers before you release it anywhere, because you will be locked into a contract. Join a field expedition, or run one, essentially. Contribute anything that may feel helpful, they feel may be helpful, which, okay, that's okay, that would be part of a researcher's job anyway. They're supposed to share their findings. Be a member of PDU just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. Weird how they specifically say that. It's almost like they understand that they're not going to be paying anyone for this. Support the Primate Discovery Unit by making a one-off donation or a recurring donation. Donations help fund expeditions. I'm sorry, he said that he funded his own expeditions. Did he not? He said he funds his own expeditions. Donations help fund expeditions. Trail cameras and eDNA analysis costs. Wait, so the entirety of your investigations? They fund expeditions, trail cameras, and eDNA analysis costs. Oh, so all of it. Okay. And that's it. Oh, cool. That's all we got for the homepage. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, we've only got 2 projects. Okay. Sure. And it links to your video. And this is just the script from your video. I'm sorry, we're supposed to give this man money. He's begging for money. And this is what we're dealing with here? I feel like this picture here, I feel like this is AI. Like, I feel like he took a picture of himself and said, put me in AI. Because it looks like AI. And why is it blurred twice? On May 6th, Adam conducted a 5-day Orang Pendek expedition in West Sumatra. He incorporated new methods, such as using a speaker, something people have been doing for fucking ever, with various ape vocalizations in an attempt to lure any curious primate. So he used the Godzilla King of Monsters method. Evidently, primate close to a trail camera. Evidently, this worked as what looks like a large ape arm. He thought it was a leg at the time. Was captured on camera. Whether this belongs to the Orang Pendek is unknown. Oh my god. But every other possible animal was ruled out! What? Whether this belongs to the cryptid is unknown, but we pretty much proved it. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy is like just stroking himself silly while he's posting all this shit, leaving very little possibility it could be something else. eDNA and a hair sample were collected and are pending results! For the love of all that is holy.
Can I get...
Alright, let's see what's under the contact. Okay, nothing. Okay, let's see now what's under the shop. Hang on. Okay, oh. Well, there you go. $42.90! Okay, you need to put your cigarette out on this man. You, I don't know who you is, but you, God, the creator, you need to put a cigarette out on this man. $42.90! Lead him a wild goose chase. Oh, good, thank God. We're sold out of the fucking eDNA kits. We're sold out. He's sold out of the eDNA kits. This eDNA collection kit contains everything to need to collect environmental data from your targeted habitat. Fucking Christ. Cryptid primates will not be on the eDNA databank, but the eDNA analysis will be able to target primate DNA. If it finds primate DNA that doesn't match any primate DNA on the databank, this will be a strong indicator that there is an unknown species of primate in the area. What? What the fuck? No, that's not what that means. Jesus fucking Christ. Please note, this price is only for the kit. For eDNA analysis, find a laboratory close by that provides this service. What? So you have to... Not only does this thing cost $50 for... Let's see, these you can buy in bulk for about $10 for like 200 of them. And fucking files, you can get those for, oh gosh, I would say 500 in a bag for like $5. And then maybe $6.50 for the bigger files. And whatever the fuck this is, the thing that the filter or something, I don't know what that is, but that's like maybe $10 for a pack of 200. Desiccant, I mean, it's all expensive for the bulk, but it's not. This does not cost any money whatsoever. And he's putting $3 worth of merchandise, the latex gloves. Now, those are pretty expensive. Not latex, but nitrile. Those are pretty expensive for a case. It's like $80. That's a lot of money on the commercial side. But that's not worth charging $42.90 for this thing. He is clearly grifting people. He's lying on camera to sell these fucking kits. Oh, and while you're at it, buy a fucking t-shirt for $50. Jesus Christ, dude. And look at the that quality looks shitty. That's like nothing. Blank product sourced from Pakistan. Okay, and where is it being processed? Probably China? Some sweatshop in China, most likely? Hey man, you gotta make sure that you guys get the branded merchandise. I'm surprised that he doesn't have branded wet wipes. I'm very surprised. Maybe he didn't think that that was like manly enough because he clearly has a masculinity issue. He is very rooted in like some traditional ass masculinity toxicity bullshit.
Wet wipes. That's a must.
Because he emphasizes way too much on his balls and his taint. And he emphasizes way too much on this like cosmetic muscle gain. Definitely not natty.
Of course I'm taking my trusty leather pouch.
Because you could see in his earlier videos he wasn't going bald. And after he started juicing, his hairline started receding.
So today I'll be putting...
And this man's probably like 25. I'm kidding. He's probably 23.
Up the
I'm kidding.
speaker with the ape vocalizations. It was actually really cold last night. Like, uncomfortably cold. I hate the cold. I should have known this from last time, that it gets colder than I expected. Should have brought warmer clothes, but hey, whatever. I trimmed.
Please. Oh, please.
My chest hair as well, so that's another layer of warmth that's gone. Another big focus on this expedition.
And what a layer it is.
So I've got sterilized gloves, my tweezers, and I've got alcohol swabs just to sterilize these tweezers as well, so this will be...
This is all just in his pack. He's just carrying all this in a Ziploc in his pack. This scientific equipment, these delicate instruments that are like autoclave materials. He's just there. He's got them out. He's just got them out, and they're just chilling. And he's not like fucking. What are you doing? What is scientific about this? What about this? See, people are just paying money for him to go on these trips. Do you know how bullshit that is? He's got 19K people that are just funding his travel expeditions. He's not actually finding anything. He's not actually studying anything. Yeah, Skippy. Yes. If you're gonna make, constant comments, then yeah. That's what it's gonna seem like. All I have is one guy showing his chesticles, alright? Once there's a pattern of behavior, then you can start, well, what about it? What about Sing Me?
Be coming with me. It's a long shot finding hair. I mean, there's a lot of animals in this jungle that will drop.
Weird, he finds like a bunch of them. He finds like, 3 or 4 hairs, and he said it's really rare to find one. He's the only guy who's capable of doing it. None of these guides or the locals or any of the people who come out here to study this stuff are able to do it, but I am.
Hair, but just takes that one. And there's the speaker that's going to be playing the vocalizations, so that'll be playing during the day, the whole time I'm out here. I'll bring it in at night to charge it.
I think I remember the guy like kind of laughing at him when he like sets it up. But I feel like the guide is just as complicit as he is, because he's probably getting paid a lot,
You might be wondering, why don't I leave it overnight? Well, the simple fact is, all the apes that are currently living on Earth now are diurnal. They're active during the day, they're not nocturnal, so there would be no point me leaving this out for a nocturnal animal to come and investigate it when the chances are the orang pendek isn't nocturnal. So.
You don't know, though. How has something that has given an entire body of science so little evidence of his existence without some kind of stealth mechanic? How do you know? You don't know any fucking thing about this goddamn ape species. You know nothing about it. So why would you assume that it's diurnal? How do you know? Maybe it's the one nocturnal ape species. Mr. Ape fucking Specialist. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Why don't you be a scientist? Start experimenting and shit. Instead of just collecting fucking dirty lake water and sending it off to a goddamn lab while you have your fans pay for you to walk to a goddamn lake and have a vacation. By selling fucking eDNA kits that should cost $2.
Alright, let's get out there.
The jungle is really thick, and pretty much the only way...
The jungle is really thick and I have to feel like a big strong man, so I took a nice big old knife out there. It's not a knife, this is a knife. I took a big old this is a knife out there and I hacked at some of that greenery shrubbery, getting leeches all over me balls and taint. Should I talk more about me balls and taint?
to get through it is by using a machete, and also you look super cool doing it, like
He even says the quiet part out loud. You even look super cool while doing it.
old school jungle explorer style.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a good tree to set up the trail camera with the speaker. There's a nice game trail through here that forks into two, so it's kind of like you can get two paths of animals crossing through.
Straight up fishing, just fishing. You're just throwing a line in the water and seeing if you can catch a fish. That's all you're doing. Well, we've got an established game trail where we're sure the orang pendek's gonna walk by on his way home. But you have no idea. We never seen one, we never heard of one, we never even knew of one. Dear God, Skippy. Dear God.
So I'm gonna put the camera right here and the speaker just underneath it, playing those ape vocalizations.
Sure.
Hopefully,
Sure. That'll work.
draw an ape in.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. That'll work. I guess that'll work.
Good height, I think.
Sure. Why not? Yeah.
It's probably a good height because it's quite wide.
Uh-huh.
It's quite a wide angle.
Uh-huh. You mean you're putting it? You don't know if you're putting it too low or not, and you don't have the patience to sit to check, and you're just gonna put it wherever the fuck you think it's gonna work. Okay.
All right. So
Sure.
the speaker.
I mean, crotch level is that's pretty much like exactly where it's supposed to be, right? Crotch level. Isn't that where you guys always put your trail cams when you're trying to look for an ancient hominid missing link species? Is about crotch level. We want to get a nice shot of that orange dong. Very important.
So this is going to be pretty loud. When I first put it on, it's going to be loud. So mind you.
On later or now?
Actually, you know what? I might put it on now just so I can hear how loud it is while we're... Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if we walk past it. So this is a mixture of... Got orangutan, there's some gibbon in there.
Like he's fucking talking about a salad or like the flavor profile of tobacco. Well, it's got gibbon. It's got some orangutan in there. I've got a hint of Dad's cherries, a little bit of chimney ash, and a whole lot of fucking Vegemite.
And I've altered it a little bit just so...
He's altered. He fucking put some goddamn auto-tune on it. He put some fucking chorus. He put some fucking big fuzz on that motherfucker. He made it... Why? You don't know if it sounds like a fucking robot. You don't know if it sounds like a giant screech or a shrill squeak or anything. You don't know what it sounds like. And you're just like, well, I took some orangutan and I put some gibbon in there. Okay?
sounds a little bit different.
And assumingly exactly like an orang pendek? Because of all of your years of research? And the fact that you're a primate specialist, supposedly?
Sorted.
Yeah, I mean, if it was just me in the woods and I was walking around, I'd be like, what the fuck is that weird-ass noise? I wouldn't be like, oh, that sounds like one of my people.
So just after I put out the speaker, the Siamang are calling now. They're responding.
Which leads me to wonder, why the fuck any hominid species that is, in fact, the missing link, that's really good at hiding, that probably doesn't want to be seen by anybody or people or anything like that, we've never gotten evidence for in our entire existence in society or as a civilization, have ever been able to catch anything from, like, wouldn't they avoid a lot of that? Wouldn't they avoid a lot of this, a lot of the noises that we are hearing right now? Like, if we're trying to stay hidden, then we wouldn't go towards a noise to investigate it unless we were entirely 100% sure that we weren't going to get spotted. Right? So are we giving this creature too much credit or too little credit? It seems like we go back and forth, honestly.
To the noise of the speaker, which is exactly what I wanted. That means that another ape can hear that speaker and is acknowledging it. So if the Siamang, another ape, is acknowledging the speaker, then maybe another ape, the orang pendek, will.
And call back? False equivalencies, my friend.
That's really cool.
You're not hoping for it to call back, you're hoping to catch it on camera. Are the Siamang jumping in front of the camera right now? No.
Apes' sense of smell is only a little bit better than ours, so using sound to lure them in is a far better method.
So Eames just found some pretty interesting footprints. They're kind of long, so it is kind of...
More fucking footprints, dude. This guy's obsessed with feet and balls.
It's actually not far from where I set up the speaker, so finding
oh my god,
footprints
dude.
this time.
Oh my god.
Finding footprints.
Oh my god!
But I'm not so focused on footprints this time.
Oh my god, yes you are!
The existence of the orang pendek. They are the most important things next to a dead body. I don't know how I would feel if I found a dead one.
What?
I'd probably be stoked, but I'd be pretty sad. But I'd be stoked. Every animal has to die.
The fuck,
except for me, because I'm a god. The Siamang.
What the fuck was that? Was that just a little bit of his true personality shining through? The fuck? I bet he thought that was a funny little joke.
It's still going off. I don't know if that speaker's going to start a Siamang war.
A monkey riot.
So this stream here flows through the mountains.
That's where we're going to get our environmental DNA.
And this will be a perfect spot to do an eDNA sample.
Huh?
The animal that's been roaming around the mountain.
Let's watch him get it out. There we go.
The trusty
there you go.
Primate Discovery Unit.
Only $42.50 on my website. $42.50. Only $42.50. $42.50. $42.50 is what that fucking package of garbage costs. $42.50. $42. That is $42. That in his hands, that thing in his hands that contains a bog standard syringe, a filter, and 3 files costs $42.50 on his website.
eDNA collection kit.
Oh yeah, you know, you got to make sure to tear the tab because they're kept sterile. Even though he was waving around a pair of forceps with a fucking cotton swab on it earlier that he just kind of pulled out of his bag.
First,
Sanitary.
put on the gloves.
Yep.
to
Hey,
avoid any-
you know, get the gloves out of the package, then use the gloves to then handle the outside of the package, to then handle everything in the package. Make sure that you put the fucking gloves on before you handle the outside of the goddamn package, so you then handle everything on the inside of the goddamn package with the gloves that you handled the outside of the package with. Please feel free.
Cross-contamination.
Oh yeah, cross-contamination. Fucking Christ, dude. You don't typically blow DNA onto the inside of the gloves that you're going to be using to touch the things that you're going to be using to collect the DNA. Holy fucking shit, my dude. But wait, hold on. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. We can't judge him just yet. Hang on. Hang on. He has a website here. Hang on. He has a website. We got to look at the website again real quick. Hang on. The Primate Discovery Unit is a project started. Okay. He started it. And the aim of the PDU is to investigate unknown primates by taking a more scientific approach. Okay. So I reassured myself just now. I had to check. I had to make sure that we're using a more scientific approach than we were before. I think I feel reassured. Do you guys feel reassured? This is a scientific process, and he's making sure that we're being very scientific, and that this is the way more scientific than the methods that he was using before. Can we establish that? Have we? I think we've established that, right? This seems scientific. He's about to collect DNA. This seems much more scientific than what I've ever seen from him. So we got to bear with him just for a moment here, I think.
Those Siamang are still going ballistic.
Jesus Christ, dude. The point of blowing into a pair of gloves is to make them easier to put on.
I can't believe how well that speaker works. This is the filter that we're going to pump the water through, and that will collect the DNA from this stream.
eDNA can isolate primate DNA, and if it finds primate DNA that can't be matched to any primate on the database, that could indicate a new species of primate.
No, it can't, dude. No, it doesn't. You fucking scamming piece of shit. The reason why he's pushing for eDNA so hard is because he's selling the fucking kits. He doesn't even sell the kits with the service that you need when you send the kit off. He says that you need to go and supply that yourself. He says go and find an agency that does eDNA and then ask them to eliminate all the other ape species. How insane is that? And just because you're eliminating one thing or a whole group of things doesn't mean it's automatically the other thing. Insane. Insane.
In this area.
So now that I've pumped 20 syringes over this filter, or a litre, now we inject the preservative. This is pure ethanol. Give it a shake so it soaks through that filter, and that gets sent to the lab for analysis. That filter could have the DNA of an orang pendek on it.
Oh my god. The smug look on his fucking face. Oh my word. Oh man. That is just priceless. We could have the DNA of an orang pendek. We could have it. You don't know. We could have it. I don't want to be speculating or nothing, but I'm going to go ahead and wildly speculate.
pretty cool. Yeah, that's a nice spot.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I'll get in there and have a look for some hares. Good spotting. Alright, so this clear spot under this tree has been used recently and probably multiple times from an animal sheltering from the rain, so...
It's okay. It's okay. Recently could be like, you know, a year ago. That's fine. I'm going to give him some grace there.
A good spot to look for some hares. Some of the roots that hang off these trees.
He's standing in one place, just looking around with his eyes. He is not like, I don't know, he's not using like any kind of lighting. He's not like setting up a perimeter or anything that you might possibly want to take into account. I would think that you need to like get the proper lighting set up so that you can actually like contrast potential like, you know, hares against like using their shadows, like see if you can point them out, or maybe trying to see if you can get light to diffuse off of something. Might be necessary to say, I don't know, because I don't claim to be a scientist or a primate specialist like this guy does, but I would think that you need to have some kind of a structured, controlled environment set up so that you can conduct this science without contaminating anything potentially. But this man blows on gloves before he collects DNA, so notice he didn't. You didn't see him taking anything else out of that package, just the gloves.
Cross-contamination. I see him, is still going ballistic. I can't believe how well that speaker works. This is the filter.
So unless he was reaching directly into that packet without touching anything else once the gloves are on, he has contaminated that syringe.
Looking for hares is pretty tough because you kind of have to look right on the perfect angle for you to really...
Yeah, you know, some proper lighting might help with that. Proper lighting, some lab equipment, you know, that might help. It might help. Something that's not just a contamination risk, walking contamination risk? Whatever. Something that's just not a blatant contamination risk, like we were witnessing just before. The aim of the PDU is to investigate unknown primates by taking a more scientific approach. Our mission to prove their existence. You would then think that perhaps the Primate Discovery Unit might have a better website, might have something that's a little bit more fleshed out or reliable or substantiated by science. But we just, you know, I don't know. I guess this is all we're getting for now. But we're going to continue to cover this tomorrow. As much as I would love to continue to hold my channel hostage, I am getting bored of playing the same supermarket game after 8 freaking days of doing it on stream. But who knows? Maybe my passion will be reignited tomorrow and we'll be right back into me forcing myself to make more thoughtful stuff. You don't really need to force myself. I already have some ideas. You better stay tuned. And just as a sort of outro thing, I am going to play the video that I made because I like it. So while we're doing this, while you guys are now watching my wonderful dance moves, I just want to say thank you. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope that you come back tomorrow, and I hope that we can discover more of you know, the Orang Pendek's potential existence and survival in this our modern world in the year of our Lord 2026. Who knows? My guess is that Adam Thorne's not going to be the guy to help us figure that out. But again, who can be sure? Only Adam Thorne knows. All right? I don't know. Only Adam Thorne knows. And if you enjoy watching me make an ass out of myself, then I would love for you to come back. Come on back now. Oh, my stomach just growled. Come back tomorrow, and we'll do this again. And I really hope that you come and hang out. Gosh darn it. I want to see each and every one of you again tomorrow. If I don't, I'm going to be very sad. Alright? You don't want to make me sad, because when I get sad, I eat too much ice cream. And you don't want me to eat too much ice cream, because that's unhealthy. You know? Ice cream is very tasty, but it's not something you want to eat all the time. You know, you gotta intersperse that with, like, healthy stuff. You know? Anywho, I want to thank you all again for hanging out with me today. And I want to pre-welcome you to hanging out with me again tomorrow. But for now, I think I gotta eat something. I gotta eat something. Peppermint Bob Bon is tasty and is like mouthwash. What? Skippy, what the fudge are you talking about? I'm gonna go play some WoW. Bye!